Board staff, are we going live? We are. Good morning. I call this October 27th in-person Zoom hybrid meeting to order for the Wisconsin Natural Resource Board. Please join me in saying the pledge to the flag.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. On behalf of Wisconsin Natural Resource Board, I welcome each of you all today. I'm certainly glad everybody could attend today. Even if there is sometimes a delay in our broadcast and it's easy to talk over each other, make sure your computer or tab is up and running and you're able to turn your mute button on. Board members, I please ask you to get the floor and make sure it's clear that Lori can understand your board motion. If not, please interrupt us and make it accordingly. Our meetings are televised via YouTube, and especially want to welcome and thank our viewers for tuning in today. Public testimony is welcome at each and every regularly scheduled meeting. The transparency meetings and the ability for the public to testify or comment to us has been the benchmark of this board for over 50 years. Today we have 15 appearances. I'd like to give special thanks to our technical and communication team, as always, Christopher Tall for Zoom, Brett Alderman for live webcasts, Chris, Jeff, Ben for ensuring all board members are available online for the public, and Sarah, Katie, and Joanna for media releases. Kari, the Wisconsin Conservation Congress liaison, sometimes fill-in secretary, who helps us with our longstanding partners dealing with the natural resources. I'd like to also thank, as always, Lori Ross. And on behalf of the board, our condolences to your family for the loss of your father. He was part of America's greatest generation. We lost him a couple weeks ago. Lori Ross is our NOB board liaison for providing the link between the public, the staff, and sometimes ourselves. This communication, historical continuity between the board and the department is unsurpassed with your leadership and law enforcement. As always, Robin Barnhart, Patrick Siebert, Chief Casey Krieger, and Warden Toom, well, it goes without saying your staff's ability to protect our research along with our board meetings, our staff and public on a daily basis is welcome. Thank you. I also like to thank the Secretary Preston Cole, Deputy Secretary Todd Ames, Assistant Deputy Secretary Stephen Little, Chief of Legal Counsel Cheryl Hellman, and all department staff for their participation in today's meeting. Your time is valuable and we appreciate it. Lastly, the 2,200 permanent employees, 1,400 limited term employees, the Department of Natural Resources for their continued commitment and tireless work does not go unattended. Board members, any questions or comments? Please take roll.
William Bruins.
Here.
Sharon Adams.
Here.
Terry Hilgenberg.
Here.
Frank Kazmierski.
Here.
Marcy West. Here. William Smith.
Here.
Dr. Frederick Crane.
Here. Mr. Secretary, any changes to the agenda as posted?
No changes, Mr. Chair.
Changes. Is there approval for the agenda?
So
I mean, motion?
Second.
Motion is seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. On to the consent agenda. The first item is number 2, consent agenda. Approval of brief of action from August 11th, 2021. Request for approval of hunting, trapping prohibitions on 9.8 acres to be purchased from the Knowles Nelson Stewardship grant funds for the Ice Age Trail, town of New Hope, Portage County. And the last one is a request for the board to authorize a preliminary public hearing. Start the process. And comment period for the statement of scope for board order PR 0320 for proposed rules affecting chapters NR 5, 10, 11, 15, 17, 20, 26, 27, and 45 and 51 related to Wisconsin DNR property management regulations. Is there a motion? Is there a second for discussion? Second for discussion. Kaz.
Second, and then
Bill Smith had a second. Go ahead.
okay, would like a little clarity on that one. There's been some controversy on fencing at Sandhill, and would that be included under this rule package? Can somebody answer
Let's
that
get
question?
sent. Rich or Cheryl, does anybody want to comment? The question is that preliminary public hearing authority deal with the Sandhill crane fencing that's being talked about in the media being taken down?
Cheryl Heilman, General Counsel for the board. My recommendation, I don't know the answer to that question. My recommendation would be, though, that we're at a very early stage with respect to this scope statement. We're just going out for a preliminary public hearing. And so that issue can be addressed if we come back to the board for a scope statement.
Well, I do understand that, but the department has already held a hearing, public hearing on the Sandhill. And that's kind of getting the cart ahead of the horse if that's included in this rule package. Or
I'm not
we
the
will
right
come back with a
person.
separate rule.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not the right, I don't
Will
know.
the
the
board
answer.
like to table this until we have an answer to that question, or the board willing to want to proceed without that answer? Keith?
Keith
Keith Warren,
Fish,
please.
Wildlife and Parks Division Administrator. I believe Bridget is on the line. Also, the Sandhill issue you're talking about is part of a master plan for the Central Sandhills Plains. So that has the initial public meeting last month. And we'll go forward with the planning process as we go along. So I would ask Bridget if that's actually a part of this scope statement or if it could be.
Okay.
Sure. Bridget? This is Bridget Brown, Recreational Management Section Chief, Bureau of Parks and Recreation. Bridget, you on the line?
I am. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Thank you.
So
Thanks.
you understand the question, Bridget?
I do. And it is not planned to be part of this administrative rule package.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is taken off the consent agenda as by requested by board members. Discussion and possible action concerning items removed from the agenda, which would be A, request that the board authorize a preliminary public hearing and comment period for the statement of scope for Board Order AM 0521 for proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 428 related to nitrogen compound emissions regulations. Is there a motion to put that on the floor? Is there a motion to put that item on the floor for
So
discussion?
move.
Move, is there a second?
Second.
Second, all right, for discussion. Gail, good. Gail, this is pulled off because there were some questions from members about this one, so that's what we normally do.
Sure, thank you. I have a very brief presentation on this, if that is all right for me
That's
to.
fine.
Great, thank you. So thank you. Good morning, Chair Praying, members of the board, and Secretary Cole. My name is Gail Good. I am the Director of the Air Management Program. Today, I am requesting that the board authorize a preliminary hearing on the scope statement for Board Order AM 0521. The Air Management Program would like to hear public comments on a proposed scope of rulemaking for Chapter NR 428. Additionally, on August 4th, 2021, the Joint Committee for Review of Administrative Rules, or JCRAR, directed the department to hold such a hearing. Chapter NR 428 regulates the emissions of nitrogen oxides, or NOx, from large facilities with combustion units like power plants. This is important because NOx is an ingredient in ozone formation. This chapter was last updated by the department in 2007 in accordance with Clean Air Act requirements. And since that time, the Air Management Program has identified specific implementation issues. At the preliminary public hearing, if authorized, the Air Management Program would like to take comment on the scope with proposed changes that span the range of implementation concerns. While we have been able to address these case by case previously, this practice is not efficient for our sources, nor does it provide the regulatory clarity that the Air Management Program strives for. At this time, we do know of one major utility that is anxiously awaiting these changes. And if we are authorized to hold the preliminary public hearing and receive comment, we will certainly bring that back to the board. We'll bring those comments to you when we request adoption of the scope statement. So thanks for your time for hearing me out, and I'm happy to take any questions on this.
Questions for board members? Thank you for explanation. Bill Bruns.
Has the cost to industry been assessed?
It hasn't at this time. We would look at that, and if we are able to move forward with that rule, we'd look at that in the environmental, or excuse me, the economic impact portion of the rulemaking. That said, I think the cost to the facilities right now comes in that lack of efficiency as we try to work through these regulatory issues in a case-by-case basis, rather than providing that clarity in the rule.
I just bring that question up because a number of times in recent history, cost to implement these rule changes has gotten to be an issue. So I would hope that as we move forward, we're sensitive to that.
Absolutely.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, motion carries. Action items. Request adoption of Board Order WA 1119, proposed rules to revise chapters NR 500, 502, and 520, and create chapter NR 530 for the purpose of implementing the electronics receiving program requirements. Katie Strum, hi.
Hi, good morning. Good morning. Board of
And
Trustees and
also, we also have Sarah Murray from the E-Cycle program.
Yes,
Thank you. Katie, the floor is yours.
good morning. Thank you. I'm Kate Strum-Hyans, the Recycling and Solid Waste Section Chief in our Waste Materials Management Program. And with me here today, as you noted, is Sarah Murray, who deserves the credit for taking the lead on this rulemaking. She's our E-Cycle Wisconsin Program Coordinator. And we are here today with, I figure out how to use this.
Could you, Katie, you talk a little closer to the mic?
Sure. Okay. Thank you. And we're here today to request adoption of our final draft rule, Board Order WA 1119, related to electronics recycling and the E-Cycle Wisconsin program. So the purpose of this rule is to better ensure that electronics are managed properly when discarded. Over 90% of materials in most electronics can be recycled, and that recycling needs to be done in a manner to prevent materials such as leaded glass and mercury and other heavy metals from impacting the environment or human health. Electronics with lithium batteries also need special handling because of a fire risk if those batteries are damaged. So this rule will require that all electronics recyclers obtain a solid waste processing license, ensuring upfront technical assistance and on-site inspections, and that recyclers set aside funds for closure and any needed cleanup. The rule also creates requirements to ensure proper management of electronics during collection, transportation, and processing. The goal is to help the public, businesses, and municipalities find responsible recyclers and prevent cleanup costs for taxpayers and property owners in cases like you see in the picture on this slide, which is actually a Wisconsin site that is going to cost an estimated $125,000 to clean up the leaded glass and broken electronics on site. Since 2009, the E-Cycle Wisconsin program has operated under Chapter 287 in statutes, and nearly 350 million pounds of electronics has been collected under this program. Manufacturers of covered electronics must help fund the recycling of certain electronics from households and K-12 schools with recycling targets based on sales. This rule codifies program guidance and policies the DNR has developed with stakeholders, streamline administrative processes, and ensure a level playing field for all participants. Based on stakeholder input, the rule also clarifies or strengthens some requirements. So the new administrative code, Chapter 530, would clarify some definitions, strengthen electronics retailers' customer outreach requirements, and clarify and formalize existing registration and reporting practices. The new chapter would also add eligible devices to the program, meaning recycling these new devices can count towards the manufacturer's recycling targets. These new eligible devices include phones with video displays and phone and video game systems, accessories that are powered with batteries. In addition, manufacturers of some components of video game systems as Xbox, PlayStation, consoles, things like that, would also be required with this rule to register with E-Cycle Wisconsin and contribute to recycling costs. Video game consoles are able to browse the web and store and process data similar to other computers that are already required to be in the E-Cycle program. We received comments from an electronics manufacturer in support of making this change because it's more of a fair treatment for all computer manufacturers. So changes were made during the rulemaking process in response to public comments. We note a few here. And these include removing smartphones from the list of devices meeting a consumer computer definition, which then excludes those manufacturers from registering and contributing to paying for recycling. So that reduced the estimated impact of the rule by about $132,000. We also clarified that licensing is not required for electronic waste transporters, eliminating those licensing fees and reducing paperwork. So in closing, we just want to thank you for consideration of approving this rule. We think it'll help continue to maintain and expand a good program for collecting and recycling electronics in Wisconsin. And Sarah and I are available to take any questions you have.
Any questions? Bill?
I don't know if this is a concern or not, but we have two containers for our waste from our personal household activities. And one is for recyclables, mostly plastics. And the garbage truck comes along, and if you follow the garbage truck's activities, those recyclables don't get recycled for the most part anymore. So my question is there going to be sufficient money flowing to the people that recycle these products to make it a viable operation? Is there any, can you give us any assurance on that?
Well, to address what you said at first, I'm hoping that you're looking at a garbage truck that has two different compartments, that one might be collecting garbage in another compartment. collecting
But it's
recyclables.
pretty
We'll
well
talk about that.
substantiated that plastics in general are not
Sure.
recycled anymore because it's not viable.
There actually is quite a good market for plastics right now, and we can share some information with you on that. But this program is also the eCycle Wisconsin program. It's set up to be funded by manufacturers of these products. And it was set up through statutes with the legislature in 2009. And that is the point of it, to be able to have those funds available to fund the recycling. And we do have separate recycling collection points, and we actually have information online listing a couple different 100 sites around the state and activities that do that. And so, yes, that is the intention, to have the funding available.
Well, I realize it's an intention, but are there going to be things built into the system to make sure that there's enough money for the recycling to continue?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
And I don't know if you want to expand on that, Sarah, or not, but this
Sarah.
program's been running for 10 years.
Kim, elaborate on our relationship with the EPA as it relates to electronic recycling, and to Bill's point, plastics are not allowed by law in landfills. They have to be recycled. Now, the value of those is, versus steel or aluminum cans, on its face, steel and aluminum cans continue to provide money to local jurisdictions as they recycle those programs. And so to let the public hear someone on this board talk about the notion of plastics aren't being recycled is troubling at best, because that just doesn't happen. I mean, there's only one person sitting at this table that ran a solid waste program for the largest city in this state. And so we take very seriously from keeping metals and list of other products out of landfills, because there's money in those hills. And so as it relates to the electronics law, Senator Mark Miller and our very own Bev put that law in play. And that in of itself creates jobs. And so let's get back to the point of, is Cascade still in business and providing folks in some of our penal systems to give them jobs and pull some of that gold out of those screens and out of those computers? So the electronics law in and of itself put Wisconsin in one of the leadership positions, specifically in this region, about the amount of pounds of electronics that we take out of our landfills. Sarah?
Sure. So I'll speak a little bit just to the electronics recycling, because I do think it's a little bit different when you talk about the sort of curbside pickup you're talking about. For electronics recycling, as was mentioned, the legislature passed a law in 2009 that created the eCycle Wisconsin program. That requires manufacturers of TVs, computers, monitors, and printers to help fund electronics recycling from households and schools. So it's separate from recycling of cans and bottles and paper and those sort of things. Under the law, we've had a lot of success, as mentioned, about 350 million pounds collected since 2010. We have several high-tech recycling facilities in the state. Some of the largest ones in the Midwest are located here, one down in Janesville, one in the La Crosse area, and several smaller ones around the state. Electronics are a tricky waste stream to manage, which is why we want to have standards in place. There's a lot of different materials in them. There's a lot of materials that can be recycled, including plastics in them, the metals, steel, aluminum, the precious metals, gold, and other precious metals.
even the glass in them, that can be recycled, but there's a lot of hazardous materials and there's a lot of different materials in each device. If you look at your phone or your laptop, it's a lot more complicated than a can or a cardboard box. And so the system is designed to help support that recycling. We have a robust program, and some things that this will do to help with that system are to set better standards so we don't end up with cleanups, which can add to cost for everybody, to make the playing field more level between our in-state and out-of-state recyclers that participate in eCycle Wisconsin, so that they have similar costs when it comes to compliance costs, setting money aside for closure and cleanup and that sort of thing. We do also think that making some of the changes to the electronics that are covered under the program, the eligible devices and the video game consoles, will help put a little bit more funding into the system so that more of what consumers want to recycle is covered. Right now, it does get covered. The costs do all get covered as a combination of the manufacturer payments and consumers paying fees. So if you go to drop off a TV, you're going to pay a fee to help cover some of those collection recycling costs. We'd like to eventually get toward a place where those fees that consumers are paying are reduced somewhat, but that'll be continuing to work with all the program participants, working with the legislature if legislative changes need to be made as somewhere this year, and then continuing to monitor the implementation of this rule. I'm happy to talk more if I'm not answering your question well enough.
My point, and Terry, you're next, but my point is that one of the reasons plastics is successful because, in rural America, they have a separate truck to put it in, and in cities, you have 2 dumpsters to put it in. So I think that has created the avenue of success. Where e-cycling for electronics, I think, is a different game. And I think we have to get to where it doesn't cost somebody $50 to drop a TV set off, because that's going to lead to fraud. Not fraud, but illegal activity. And so that was my question. I think you might have answered it. I do know in rural America, you pay substantially to drop off computers and stuff like that. And smaller electronics, I'm sure, is put in regular use in a black bag and off it goes. So to get this really successful, we have to make it where the consumer doesn't have to pay a stipend, a fee like that to get it recycled, and have a separate place you can drop your electronics off in a separate truck somewhere. And I think till we get that point, I think compliance is going to be an issue. And I hope that we get to that point pretty quickly, because right now, your statement's accurate. You have to pay. Is that all over the state or just in certain parts of the state to drop off electronics?
I would say in almost all parts of the state that I'm aware of, people have to pay for TVs, and that's because of the hazardous materials in the old tube TVs. There's several pounds of lead, and in a lot of the flat panels, there's mercury lamps, and they're difficult to recycle.
Mm-hmm.
We would like to see that reduced. I think that's mostly going to come through continuing to work with the eCycle Wisconsin program, looking to see if the manufacturer funding formulas need to be adjusted, which is not something we're able to address in rule that's set in statute.
Right.
And so I think that's a major concern for us. I think in a lot of the state, you are able to recycle smaller electronics for free. There are also mail-back programs that allow free access for smaller items. Part of what we're hoping to accomplish by including things like smartphones in this is to make it easier for the consumer to take all their electronics to one place. And so we work to maintain our list so people can find options, they can shop around, hopefully find less expensive options.
Okay, Terry?
Two things. Kate and your team, thank you for taking the input from the people to make those adjustments. I applaud you and the department on that. Piggyback on what Doc was saying. I think if we can try to make it easier for people to identify locations that being from a small more rural area, you sit there and you think, let's see, I got to get rid of this. What do I do with it? And unfortunately, I think perhaps the average consumer tries to figure out where to put it so that there's not going to be an issue.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be tracked. And that's a problem. So I think education, is part of a segment of this could be education, and then also working with the municipalities to make it easier for their citizens to put it someplace that it's effectively going to go through the process that we want it to go through. but I applaud you on taking the initiative and keep working for it. Thank you.
Any other questions at all?
Just a comment, I think that's interesting on the user fees. It may be a bit of an awareness and education opportunity when somebody has to think about where their stuff is going. But I just want to thank Sarah and Kate for the briefing the other day. I would make a motion to approve, and congratulations on getting it through.
Motion on the floor, second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, ladies.
Next one is request adoption board order FH 3020 to propose rules affecting chapter NR 20 related to the lake trout harvest and season in Lake Michigan. Brad Egel. Morning, Brad.
Morning, morning, Chairman Preen, Natural Resources members, Secretary Cole, for the opportunity to talk to adopt FH 3020 related to lake trout harvest and seasons on Lake Michigan. My name is Brad Egel, the Great Lakes District Fisheries Supervisor, and a brief presentation for you this morning. We have been under a permanent and emergency regulations for lake trout since 2017, which essentially have allowed the opportunity for anglers, if encountered, to harvest 5 lake trout in their bag limit. It's been pretty much continuous open season. Of course, there's been no possession of lake trout in our mid-lake refuge. And it's been pretty much these regulations since 2017 in one shape or form, including this year in 2021. What has happened with harvest over that time as a refresher? You can see the red bars there on the far right side. It has gone up since inception of the emergency and permanent rule in 2017, up to right around 40,000 fish harvested annually. However, it is far below our stated level of harvest cap at 82,000 fish that was established many years ago. We continue to work on lake trout assessment metrics, how well our lake trout doing in Lake Michigan. We have a variety of assessment metrics, as you can see there on the screen. Some are below target, some are at target, some are above target. And we continue to work on these assessment metrics, not only as Wisconsin, but as partners around the lake with other agencies, continue to assess the lake trout population, where is it, and what are the best regulations moving forward to ensure that we're continuing to rehabilitate lake trout in Lake Michigan. We're getting close, but we're not there yet. We continue to do some lake trout modeling work. This has been primarily done by the agencies around the lake, particularly our Lake Michigan Technical Committee, which is part of the Great Lakes Fishery Commission. We hope that they have this review completed by winter of 2022, which will afford us a lot more information about what's going on with lake trout in Lake Michigan, and primarily provide us with new information on biomass, spawning biomass, what kind of population size we have, and mortality rates on specific segments of lake trout. So, as a way of a permanent request from the board to adopt this permanent regulation to reestablish the 5 fish daily bag limit for lake trout, a continuous open season, and no possession again in the mid-lake refuge. We hope that through adoption by the board here in October, and it wind its way through the procedures, and we become a rule in April of 2022 to continue this open season and 5 bag limit for lake trout. So with that, I seek your adoption of the permanent rule. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Bill Smith, you want the floor to comment before we?
I'd like to compliment staff on their long-term commitment to this rule and other rules on Lake Michigan. I think they've done a tremendous job of reaching out to the public, providing multiple public informational sessions, public meetings. There's been a lot of information exchange. So I give them an awful lot of credit and a big thank you for that. I think this rule is consistent with what the board has seen previously on emergency rules. The long-term trends are positive. We're well below harvestable levels. The only question or request I'd have, Brad, is that the successor is dependent upon long-term monitoring of the population. This permanent rule will go into effect. And then could you talk a little bit about the future of monitoring evaluation process to keep us on track?
Sure, we have a really robust sport fishery analysis that's conducted every year. So we have a tremendous creel survey program, which is out there each and every year, asking the anglers what they're catching. That formulates the basis for what's the lake trout harvest from the general sport angler. We also have a mandatory charter reporting system, so all the charters out there report their harvest as well. And we have a third wing of that sport fishery, which is collecting information for people that moor their boats in marinas that we don't necessarily encounter during the creel survey. So we get information from that segment. In addition to all the sport fishing work, we also, as agencies and other agencies around the lake, conduct these assessments on lake trout in the spring and fall, looking at what are number of fish that that are seen in our assessment nets in the spring and fall, what's the age, what's the composition makeup. And that all leads us to put inputs into these modeling efforts so we can look at what is the population of lake trout. And that's being done on an annual basis each and every year, not only by Wisconsin, but other agencies around the lake. So we really have a good finger on what's going on, the pulse of lake trout in Lake Michigan, to ensure its sustainability as well as continued rehabilitation efforts, which, as many of us know, have been going on since 1960s. I said we're getting closer there. We're seeing more fish, more natural reproduction of lake trout. We have a little bit more to go on that, but we're definitely trending in the right direction.
So Brett, I had one call from just one call on this one, and they said that, when you sit back, we love to have 5 lake trout. That's wonderful, but if we're trying to get back to the 80,000, why not go 4? Why are we allowing 5? Why not? And maybe not go back to 2 or 3, but per rule is 5. So it's going to be a hard goal to achieve if you're harvesting 5 per angler every day. Is there some thought why we didn't back off for a permit rule of 1 less for 5 years or so to see how things go?
Well, we've got all the surveys and assessments online that will give us a indication of where the harvest is going. And certainly if it gets above that number, we can certainly come back to a lower bag limit. But as a way of information, like the charter season of 2020, there were like 12 or 13,000 trips, and there were only 300 of that 12,000 actually limited on lake trout. So it's more about opportunity if they happen to get into lake trout, or maybe fishing for Chinook or coho. It's a little bit slower at that time, where they have the opportunity to collect 5. So really, we've also looked at the creel survey, the actual anglers out there, non-charter anglers, and the times that they're actually harvesting 5 fish is relatively low. So the opportunity is there, but it just doesn't happen that much, because you figure you're in a boat with 4 other anglers, that's 20 lake trout, which is really uncommon. But it does happen, but at a really low amount. So, we feel good at the 5 bag limit with our continuing assessments and surveys that, if it becomes an issue, we can certainly address that in the future, but we don't think it will. Terry?
Thanks, Brett.
Sure.
On your chart here, the 82,000, that's never been changed.
No, it's longstanding.
We think that's good, huh?
It's the best we have right now, and that's kind of where this lake trout modeling effort will come into play. Is that the right number? Should it go higher? Should it go lower? It was based on what was the mortality that Wisconsin anglers were putting on lake trout many decades ago, actually. And it was thought that if we stayed below that number, we could have lake trout restoration continue. And so we try to maintain, as an agency, working with the other states to stay below that, when we have, as you can see by the graphic. And we continue to be committed to that number until another number is established, hopefully through this process I talked about.
Okay. I need a little education.
Sure.
I'm not what you'd call a very good fisherman. So I assume all the way around Lake Michigan, you don't catch the same amount of fish depending on every place.
True.
So are the other, when you do these surveys and you talk about the other agencies, I assume you're talking about the other state agencies that are involved in the process. Do they have similar programs and similar limitations, and is it pretty consistent in terms of, okay, we have 82,000, Michigan has 82,000 also?
Yeah, I don't know what their exact number is.
Yeah. Are we consistent? I mean,
we're definitely consistent in surveys. All the agencies are doing similar creel surveys. All the big 3: Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, and Michigan, as well as the tribal component.
What they do, does that influence what we do?
Well, all the information that they get, helps us understand what's going on with lake trout moving forward. And they're all doing these spring and fall assessments in all parts of the lake. All agencies combined are doing the same kind of surveys and assessments to arrive at what's going on with lake trout and what might be the metric going forward as far as a harvest limitation.
Are the fisheries consistent throughout Lake Michigan?
Well, as you pointed out, it all really depends on, where you're fishing, what time of the year, and what the wind and wave patterns are doing. There's certainly a pattern to what areas get different harvest levels of fish. We do really well on our side of the lake, with Chinook and Coho. We do pretty well in lake trout in some parts of Wisconsin. And then other parts on Michigan, depending on what's going on with the wind and weather, they do great on lake trout, but they also at times do really good on other fish too. So it's really based on seasonality and what's going on with the wind and weather patterns that dictate where fish are moving. And they're certainly following bait and alewife as they move around the lake. And sometimes spots can be super hot and others not. So, but we strive as agencies to work together towards a common goal, especially on lake trout rehabilitation, including our federal partners, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that provides the fish for us. So,
Thank you.
Is there a motion on the floor, please?
Sure.
I'll move to a second. Second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Brad. Next one is request adoption of emergency rule. Here we go. Emergency Board Order FH 1021E, proposed rules affecting chapter NR 25 related to Lake Michigan whitefish management. Brad.
all right, back at it again. Okay, Brad Eggold, seek for the board for adoption of FH 1021E, which is a emergency rule governing Lake Michigan whitefish management. Right now, we are into a emergency rule, our second emergency rule for whitefish dealing with the commercial fisheries of Wisconsin. We have had a tremendous amount of meetings, both public and with the Commercial Fishing Board. Thanks to Mr. William Smith, who's attending a lot of these. We've learned a lot together. We've had a lot of great discussions about whitefish management. He's been a great resource for fisheries, and we thank him for his participation. And what you can see is a tremendous amount of outreach and meetings. I think probably the most that I've ever been involved with in my 30 years working for fisheries management in Great Lakes. So we've done a good job. We've heard a lot of great comments, a lot of information, both sport, commercial, other interested stakeholders on this topic for sure. We've covered a lot of things in these meetings, as you can imagine, when you have, I don't know, 20 or 30 of them. And we've disseminated a lot of information. We got a lot of feedback from these stakeholders. So you might be thinking, why do we need a second emergency rule on this topic? The answer is pretty simple. Right now, we're under emergency rule that's allowing more fish in zone 1 of Green Bay for the commercial industry. And to ensure that that number stays the same until we can pass the permanent rule, which will be coming before the board probably in January, we need this second emergency rule to keep that continuity of services for the commercial fisheries so they know how many fish that they can harvest in 2022, set up their markets, and efficiently run their business. The second emergency rule will be nearly identical to the current emergency rule we're under right now, which is an increased quota for zone 1 in Green Bay, which is the lower part of Green Bay. We'll also require electronic reporting of this harvest and bycatch for whitefish fishers in Green Bay. And we'll also put these safeguards on large mesh gill net effort in Green Bay due to this increased quota. So if we take a look at the different components of this, the increased quota for zone 1 is exactly what we were under right now. And that was, we have a total allowable catch that we've split equally, 50-50 between the sport and commercials in the bay. And then we put on top of their current quota 207,000 pounds for a total of 569,000 pounds in zone 1. I will note that even with this increase in quota and with the 3-year average of harvest in the upper part of the bay, it is still well below our proposed quota of 1.176 million that is currently part of the permanent rule that's winding its way through the system. We also feel it's important to continue to gather information through our electronic fish harvest reporting system, which went fairly smoothly here in 2021, but would make Green Bay whitefish fishers in the Bay of Green Bay report electronically, as well as bycatch that they're catching during their operations.
And then lastly, like we've had before, putting safeguards on sort of the large mesh gill net. We had some original proposals, but in the end, what we finally decided on, the final rule proposal at the bottom there, was that if we saw through our monitors from April to June 30th, sort of a chronic problem of 10% bycatch being caught, then we would institute a gill net harvest cap. You can see they're at 2.8 billion feet. That was not enacted in 2021 here. It did not reach that threshold. We'll see what happens in 2022. But this emergency rule that we're requesting here is the second one. This is a way of a notification. We did have our current emergency rule extended through sometime in December. We'll probably extend it again through the end of the year. And we hope through this adoption, this would start in January 1st of 2022 to again give the commercial fisheries some continuity of services moving forward to the permanent rule, which we hope will be established in July of 2022. So with that, I take any questions or
Okay.
comments.
Thank you, Brad. If you have a seat for a second.
Sure.
We have one public speaker who is an advisor to the board. Charlie Hendrickson, Sister Bay. He's representing the Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board. He has unlimited time, but Charlie, as always, your brevity much appreciated. Charlie, the floor is yours.
Okay, I think I've made my connection here. Thanks to Christopher for his help in making this possible for me. Good morning, Secretary Cole, Chairman Frayne, and members of the board. This has been a long ongoing process that you've heard much about. I think we first started talking about this publicly over 7 years ago. We have participated faithfully in everything that's been asked of us as commercial fishers. We funded and conducted a tagging study that gave a lot of background info to this. We've worked with UW Stevens Point on diet studies and movement studies. We've worked with Sea Grant to initiate this study along with the DNR. And finally, we approached UWGB 2 years ago to involve them in the research because we were struggling to find a monitor. We have paid a significant amount of money to UWGB to conduct this research that's been done very carefully under the DNR supervision. So we feel real good about where we've gone. But as you know, the rule process moves slowly. And right now we have had a very successful year. The extra fish we got in the emergency rule provided a tremendous amount of additional data while we had the graduate student actively working on her thesis and working on the research as the DNR advised her to do. Just a few weeks ago, the permanent rule was unveiled in a request for the economic impact of it. And that's an ongoing process that I think closes November 11th, if my memory is correct. So what we need with the second emergency rule is a bridge to the permanent rule and the continuity of business. I don't believe that we're going to fill the quota that was established by the emergency rule, but we weren't assured that those fish would be available to us to well into the fishing season. So this rule for next year will allow us to start at ice out and conduct our businesses as Brad said. So I think it's absolutely necessary, and I hope that that you guys feel the same way. As a side, I'd also like to thank Bill Smith for his interest, along with many of you who have weighed in over this process, and the DNR staff and Brad. While we're not exactly in lockstep on everything, we've really worked well together to get to this point. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Charlie. Any questions for Charlie? All right, thank you. Brad will come back up. Bill, you want to, as our fish liaison, as I call it, you want to give us a little insight to your observation of the process and recommendation?
I think Charlie summed it up very well. It's been a very close and collaborative process. All the issues are not settled for the permanent rule that will come before the board in January and go into effect sometime later in 2022. But over the work this past year, the students have collected some data on bycatch and the impacts of netting in the bay. And that's been informative and it's helping the discussions. One thing I would mention, I'm strongly in support of this emergency rule. It gives everybody continuity as we continue to work through the permanent rule process. And the results have been encouraging. There is a lot of interest in the permanent rule. The whitefish population of the bay is substantial. There's obviously commercial interest, but there's also sport fishing interest there. And the complexity of this is how to manage that fishery as a combined sport and commercial fishery in a sustainable fashion. And there are some complications there that will come up in January. One thing I would offer is that there may be benefit to the board if you want to get into the details of some of the bycatch information and some of the background information. It might be helpful to do an informational presentation on that at December board to give you more advanced knowledge of the rule, the issues, and give you time to contemplate that. Our draft agenda is busy for December. There's not a lot of room there for informational items, but I just raise that as something that may be beneficial to everyone. So again, congratulations to staff. A big thank you to Charlie, Commercial Fishing Board, and those representatives of the sport fishing industry for continuing this conversation and making good progress.
Bill and then Terry.
Thank you, Bill. But in reference to the bycatch and the study that's been going on, and I don't care who answers this, but and I know that the results are preliminary still, but has the number of bycatch, has that exceeded expectations or has it been less than expected? What can you tell us about the bycatch numbers?
Well, I'll make a very general comment. We've got better data now than we had last year. And we've got data from this summer that is sufficient to form rules on. Is it perfect? No. Are there gaps? Yes. And those are things that we'll try and fill in over the future years in the fishery. Again, much like lake trout, the critical part of this is the continued monitoring and the continued adjustment as the natural environment changes from year to year. I guess I'd defer to Brad on any details there, but if we get into the science of the bycatch and how it's worked into the rule proposals, it starts to get kind of complicated, and it's something we probably can't handle well today, and it's a little bit off the agenda, but related. So that's why I was suggesting maybe some kind of an informational briefing or some additional informational materials prior to January.
So maybe a little more specific, that this study is helping to determine how many feet of trap nets can be used, because that's where I think the bigger concern is for bycatch. What are you seeing? They've adjusted the feet of trap nets based on what?
Yeah, in 2021 here, they've been fishing pretty much normally, whether it's trap net or gill nets, seeking, their normal operations for fish. So we've had a graduate student from UW Green Bay has been on a lot of boats, both trap net and gill net. They also have a limited term employee that's helped fill the gaps. And we've gotten more, as Bill said, we've gotten more, bycatch and regular onboard monitoring of the whitefish fishery, probably in the history of the whitefish fishery in Lake Michigan for sure. So we're learning a lot about, how their operations go, what kind of fish other than whitefish that they're catching, both not only in say walleye or sheepshead or some of these other fish that are in the bay, but also undersized whitefish that they catch. So to answer your first question, it's probably really in the eye of the beholder. You know, what is one fish too many? Is 10 too many? It depends on, you know, maybe if you're a commercial fisherman or a stakeholder or a fisherman, as far as it's kind of a judgment call as far as, do you think individually, personally, that the number of, say, walleye or the number of discards of whitefish that occur, is it too high or is it too low?
But eventually the department is gonna have to make that determination, correct?
Yeah, I think we will have to do that through whatever permanent rule comes before the board in terms of what limitations, either on the commercial side, either trap or gillnet, that will be included in that permanent rule.
So currently that's an unanswered question.
Well, right now, as Charlie mentioned, the economic analysis is out for comment period. And right now, in that rural package that had to be part of this analysis, it calls for creating a restricted area for trap nets in the southern part of Lake Michigan. And that's based on our monitoring information. As a little snippet, we definitely saw an increase of walleye being caught in trap nets as you go from the north part of the bay down into the south, as well as an increased number of whitefish discards, that meaning fish that are either undersized or not at that time usable by the commercial industry, which could be in part due to this middle quota that's been established. So that is part of the rule to address what you're saying, where it's the lower 3 grids in Green Bay would be restricted from trap net unless a permit was obtained. But as Bill said, there's a lot of data, a lot of complicated issues, and certainly if that's the wishes of the board, we could certainly provide an informational item in December if there's time. That'd be no problem.
Brad, you're talking about bringing this rule forward in 60 days, January meeting. So I assume that your biologist would have an idea already. And so because it is a complicated rule, and that is going to probably be one of the main points of discussion, it'd probably behoove the department to allot some time in December. We'll talk about next Tuesday during our post meeting, but otherwise that January permanent rule desire is going to be lengthy discussion.
Yeah, I think Meredith has already sent in the appropriate colored sheets to get it on your agenda as an informational item.
We'll talk about it. Terry, you have a comment or not?
Yellow or what?
Yellow, I think.
Thank you. Brad, how long, again, a little education here, maybe Cheryl's the person, how long can an emergency rule be in effect?
I believe the original emergency can go for 150 days.
Okay.
And then you get 2 extensions of 60 days each. And we're currently in the first 60-day extension for the first emergency rule.
So if we do this, then we have 150 days and 2 60 days extensions for the permanent rule to be put in place.
Yes.
So the goal is to have that done in 22?
Yeah, if this second emergency rule the plan is to have it go in effect January 1st. You know, the original 150 would get you sometime in June. If we needed 2 60-day extensions, that would get you, close to October. We hope they can wind its way through the system and be active by July of 2022 at the earliest. Hopefully the latest date would be sometime in October of 2022.
Okay.
So we think it would bridge that gap.
Did we have any, or did we have a lot of resistance as it relates to the electronic recording issue? Because I know that we had a lot of input from people that weren't happy about that issue.
Yeah.
So can you give us a little information on that?
Yeah, so the only fishes that we put under this are in Green Bay for whitefish. So you've got obviously yellow perch fishermen in Green Bay that don't have to be pro electronically, as well as anybody on the lake. So yeah, we did have some commercial fishers in the bay that fish for whitefish that were a little hesitant. We worked through that issue. We had some, I think, that had sent in some comments to the board that are now reporting electronically. We provided a manual for them, as well as various training sessions by appointment or otherwise. Al Blizzo, our commercial fishing expert, has worked with those groups to get them on board and get them confident in reporting. We also had a sort of a test environment set up where they could enter data that didn't mean anything, just sort of get them involved with how this works. And as far as I've heard, it's been working very smoothly.
Good.
The system has great capabilities. And I think it has a lot of benefits to the commercial fishers because they can then see exactly where they are with quota, how it stacks up against how many fish they've harvested against their quota and what they have left to fish on all variety of species that they have quotas for. So it's very beneficial to them as well as allows us obviously to monitor in real time and make some of the decisions that we need to make. So it's been moving very smoothly, even for some of the more skeptical fishers, I believe.
I would ask also that December meeting that we do have that briefing because that fisheries is very, very important and it's very competitive. So I think, for what we're supposed to be doing, that would be important.
Okay, is there a motion on the floor?
I'll move on the emergency board order FH 1021E.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion on the motion. Yes.
I'd like to get a point of clarity on this emergency rule from Cheryl. In lieu of the court decision, administrative authority and stuff, how does that recent court decision on the wolf quotas and things affect this potential emergency rule? Because he challenged emergency rules.
Thank you for the question. In my view, the court's ruling with respect to the wolf process was based on the specific statutory language that related to wolves. And so in the law that was adopted in 2011, there was a provision that allowed an emergency rule to remain in effect until a permanent rule was adopted. And it didn't have the timelines that Terry asked about earlier. And that was the basis of the court's ruling there. So in my opinion, what we're doing here is following the usual emergency rule process under 227. This is the second time we're back, but it's the usual process. And I think what the court emphasized in the Wolf case was, look, you had a specific statutory directive and DNR, you didn't follow it. So I think this is a separate issue.
Okay.
Does that answer?
Well, just
No.
so we can provide some certainty to the commercial fishers out there that if we do pass this emergency rule today, it would stand
I believe it
the
would.
challenge. Okay.
Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thanks, Brad.
Request adoption of board order FH 1420, proposed rules affecting chapters NR 19-23 and 26 related to minor changes to fishing regulations of inland, outline, and boundary waters of 2021 fisheries management housekeeping rules. Meredith Penthorn, hello. Good
Thank
morning.
you. Good morning, Chair Prane, members of the board, and Secretary Cole. My name is Meredith Penthorn, and I'm the policy specialist for the Bureau of Fisheries Management. And today we are asking for your approval to adopt FH 1420, our biennial housekeeping rule, making minor changes to fishing regulations on inland, outlying, and boundary waters. The purpose of this rule is basically clean up. We want to clarify regulations, correct inconsistencies and errors, update boundary descriptions and points of reference, remove provisions that are no longer relevant, and then make administrative code consistent with recently enacted regulations, simplifying regulations to the statewide or county base. So I'll just go over a few of the key changes for this rule. The first one is that it restores the closed bass season in waters near the Washington Island complex. This is a long-standing bass season, closed season for bass that was inadvertently overwritten with implementation of the continuous bass catch and release season. However, the township of Washington Island also recommended that we restore the closed season to protect spawning bass. The second one of these is to clarify possession limits through use of a table rather than relying solely on the definition. This pulls the possession limits into their own section and then also lists the exemptions out in the section rather than having them all in the definitions. We're also going to be clarifying certain tournament policies regarding the meaning of opening weekend in this rule. And that also comes as a response to the bass catch and release season. There was some uncertainty as to the meaning of opening weekend, and so we are clarifying that it refers to the first weekend in May, which makes the rule consistent with how we've implemented past tournament policies, and also clarifies things for the public. And then we also have updated administrative code in this rule with our recent changes to revert certain waters to the statewide or county-based regulation. So those really aim at simplifying regulations, and we're just making code consistent. And then the final of these key changes is clarifying the department's authority to authorize commercial fishing studies. We have the authority to conduct studies under Chapter 23 of statutes, but we didn't really have a good policy statement and administrative code on how this would apply to commercial fishing studies. So we just clarified that. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions you may have.
Questions for Meredith? I do have one. Can you back up a slide, one slide, please? When we do catch and release smallmouth bass in Wisconsin, which gives the angler an opportunity to fish bass earlier, all spawning grounds get hammered. I mean, we've all witnessed it. Anything in any lake in northern Wisconsin that's got some good clear water, they can see the bass and they go after them. So anglers are asking me, what's the deal in Washoe Island? Why are they getting special treatment? Now, there's got to be some history there. I think the public has the right to know. But it's also a concern, as we opened up catch and release bass, that these bass are getting caught multiple times. I have witnessed myself one bass being caught 13 times in 2 hours. And it's just that they go back to their bed, they're going to take the next piece of jig that comes into it and take it off the nest. And that's all over. That's not just Washington Island. So give me some history here, why Washington Island gets to have this exemption because of the pristine waters up there, where I can show you 25 waters like that in northern Wisconsin.
Yeah, certainly. So this has been a really long-standing case. The harvest season in the past couple decades actually opened on July 1st. So it's always been a little later than elsewhere in the state based on the delayed spawning period for bass. But then there's also some evidence that in those waters in particular, the bass population has some genetic distinctiveness from elsewhere in the state. So that's another compelling reason for restoring that closed season.
Was it catch and release ever allowed in that area?
Nope. I mean, during the open harvest season, obviously, if they wanted to catch and release, yeah.
Okay. Questions for Meredith? Need a motion, please?
Move approval.
Second? Who did the second? Terry? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank
We'll move
you.
on then to, if we could, number E. Request adoption of board order WM 2020, proposed rules affecting chapter NR 10 related to establishing the 2021 migratory bird season framework and regulations. Scott Carroll, welcome.
Good morning, Chair Prane, members of the board, Secretary Cole. So I'm Scott Carroll, I'm the Wildlife Regulation Policy Specialist. And we have before you today WM 2020. If you may remember from the April board meeting, every April we give the board an emergency migratory rule to set our migratory season quotas for this fall, which are ongoing right now. Every odd number of years, so every 2 years, we also bring a companion permanent rule to true up our administrative code with the items that you already approved in April. So that's what this rule would do. There is one addition that we found that was necessary in this rule that's a little different than the April rule. Some of our fur bearer species reference our duck zones. We, as you remember from this year, we removed the Mississippi River duck zone. It is now the open water zone in Lake Michigan. So we updated that reference to our beaver trapping season. So that's the only difference in this rule, in the rule that was approved in April. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Is there a motion for discussion? Need a motion?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Wake up. Any questions for Scott? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott.
I'm gonna, if the board's okay with this, I'd like to move to G if I can find Jim Lemke. Is the board okay with we skip over the nitrogen and move to land, or you want, let's just take nitrogen. It's in order. Okay, request of the board approve a statement of scope for board order WY 2120 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal and proposed rules to the Legislative Council of Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting chapter NR 102 related to site-specific phosphorus criteria. Black Coeur d'Alene's stuff is Maria Wilhite.
Good
I'm
morning.
sorry. In my glasses, Marcia. Hello, Marcia.
I
Sorry.
forgive you. I wear glasses too.
I can't
Chairman
find mine
Prane,
this morning. I couldn't find it. Walgreens wasn't open yet.
Chairman Prane, Secretary Cole, and members of the board. I'm Marcia Wilhite, Chief of the Water Evaluation Section in the Water Quality Bureau. We are asking your approval today to proceed with evaluating whether a site-specific criterion for phosphorus would be appropriate for Le Coudray, a cold water fishery lake in Sawyer County. The department has authority to propose site-specific criteria when credible science demonstrates that a standard different from the statewide criteria is more appropriate for a particular water body. As you recall, the department was previously petitioned to develop a site-specific phosphorus criteria for Le Coudray due to a history of fish kills despite compliance with the existing phosphorus criterion. Water quality staff conducted a robust technical analysis that indicated that phosphorus levels below the statewide criterion would improve the survival of whitefish populations in the East Basin of the lake. The department proposed a more stringent site-specific criterion for phosphorus at that time, but it was not adopted. The Coeur d'Alene Lake Association and Le Coudray tribe again petitioned the department. The petition was granted, and we developed this scope statement in response. A preliminary hearing on the scope statement was held in August, and the department received 2 comment letters. One letter supported approval of the scope statement. The Wisconsin State Cranberry Growers Association expressed concern that cranberry operations were identified as potentially affected parties. The department's intent was to identify cranberry operations as a group potentially interested in the rulemaking, not that these operations would come under regulation as a result of the proposed rule. Cranberry operations are agricultural non-point sources. The scope statement clearly states in Section 8 that the adoption of a site-specific criterion would not impose any new regulatory pollution reduction requirements for non-point sources, and further states that if a lower site-specific criterion were adopted and the lake was listed as impaired in the future due to phosphorus levels that were above the new criterion, there still would be no new regulatory requirements for non-point sources. We would make this point very clear in any future board order as well. A site-specific criterion would set a new goal for the water body to protect aquatic life, but would not create new requirements for non-point sources to meet that goal. Pollution reduction by non-point sources, when needed, continues to be based on voluntary incentive-based action. The water quality goal guides planning and voluntary action to reduce pollutant levels as needed. If a lake has a TMDL or a lake management plan to address water quality problems, applications for grant funding are given higher priority, and agricultural non-point sources would qualify for such funding to reduce phosphorus levels. If this scope statement is approved, the department expects to revisit the technical analysis done previously, evaluate the most recent data for Le Coudray, and potentially use a new modeling tool that US EPA published recently that correlates phosphorus and cold water fishery habitat to see if a site-specific criterion is appropriate. The department received 2 letters from local stakeholder groups and the Le Coudray tribe in the past week, urging approval of the scope statement, indicating local support for this rulemaking process. So we recommend and request your approval of the scope statement, and I'm available to take any questions.
Thank you. First of all, it's Coudray is the proper pronunciation. I'm thinking the Idaho Coeur d'Alene, so I apologize for that. Somebody should have said something to me, but it's Coudray.
We know what you mean.
Thank you. Any questions for Marcia?
I have,
Phil?
Marcia, is it an accurate statement that absolutely every cranberry producer is a non-point source?
Yes, as far as I know.
Okay, I'm familiar with a cranberry grower that discharges water kind of directly into the Bay of La Coudray. I'm thinking that would be considered a point source. So
Well, the Clean Water Act gives an exemption for what they call agricultural return water that might discharge to a surface water. And I'm not intimately familiar with cranberry operations, but this is what I have been told, is that water is agricultural return water as the Clean Water Act defines it.
So in this proposal, are cranberry growers, agricultural producers specifically exempt? I mean, are they stated as specifically exempt?
They are part of the body of sources that are called agricultural non-point sources. They are one example of agricultural non-point sources. So the rule wouldn't specify anything about, sources of phosphorus, for example. It's really focused on what is the water quality goal. But like I said, if there is concern about this, certainly we can make clear in the board order, should we be proceeding with this rule and bring it back to the board for adoption, make very clear that, cranberry operations are agricultural non-point sources. And so establishing a new water quality goal doesn't change the tools that we have to meet that goal.
When you were approached by the cranberry growers, were you able to satisfy their concerns?
I wasn't the one that was talking with them. Our attorney was, but I didn't hear that they were continued to be unsatisfied.
Okay, Bill. Terry.
So Marcia, in order for you to do what you said you would do, if we were concerned about that, what do we need to do?
Can you restate the question a little bit? I'm not sure.
You said that if we move forward with this,
Yes.
and we had a concern about it, that the board order would include an exemption for cranberry growers.
It would include language that makes it clear that cranberry growers, like any other agricultural non-point source, would not come under additional regulation as a result of establishing this site-specific criterion. That's what I meant.
Okay, so my question is, what do we need to do to make you do that?
I think she's on the record, Terry. So we passed the scope statement. I believe the department's on the record of including that in the scope statement as they move forward.
So you understand what our concern is that correct?
Yes, certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Do you agree, Mr. Secretary?
I agree.
Thank you.
Secretary agrees. Okay,
I
Kaz?
have a question. So if agricultural point sources are exempt, trying to hit this new standard, how exactly are we going to go about hitting this new standard then?
What agricultural non-point sources are different from a point source that gets a permit. We don't issue a permit to agricultural non-point sources. So it's just that the toolkit is different. If we were dealing with point sources, we would issue a permit that had a limit in it, and that's how we would get pollution reduction. For agricultural non-point sources, the approach is identifying voluntary actions that they could take in order to get the pollution reduction that's needed.
So
it's just a different toolkit for non-point sources than it is for point sources.
I understand that, but so we're putting this entire meeting this new standard on the back of point sources. Or are we going after natural sources of phosphorus?
Well, setting a criterion for the lake to protect aquatic life is kind of the first step. Then we look and see, are we exceeding that new standard that we have set? If we exceed that standard, then the next step is developing a plan to meet that standard. And in that process, you identify what are the important sources in the watershed that are contributing to, for example, excess phosphorus for this lake. At that time, you'd look at, are there any point sources? Right now, there aren't. Are there agricultural non-point sources? Yes, there are. Here's kind of what would be needed from them in order to meet that water quality standard. But again, you say this is what's needed, but the toolkit doesn't change. You've got you rely on voluntary action by those non-point sources to get the reductions needed to meet water quality standards. But in that process of studying what's contributing phosphorus to the lake, you also look at things like natural sources and characterize and quantify that.
Okay, so are we then, by approving a lower standard for this lake, are we then approving a goal that we can't attain? That's my
I see.
fundamental question here.
I see. The setting the goal for the water body, it really focuses on what's going to be protective for the aquatic life. That's the consideration. And at this point, we're just asking for permission to do the exploration to see if a site-specific criterion would be appropriate based on what we know today. So if we set that goal, the how we get there is the next consideration. But the main and only consideration for setting the goal is what's going to be protective of the aquatic life.
Okay. And then last question, if we did lower the level of phosphorus on that lake, are we assured there would no longer be fish kills?
Well, there are other stressors on cold water fishery lakes right now. When we get summers that warm up quickly, that temperature is a bigger driver than the phosphorus levels. But what our technical analysis showed last time was that in some years when the lake doesn't warm up too quickly, then the lower phosphorus will help. But I can imagine that if we do get early warm up, that could still result in not having enough cold water for the fish to survive.
Okay. Need a motion, please?
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Sharon, second. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Two opposed. Motion carries. We'll reconvene at 10 o'clock. Start with open forum. hazard report.
But anyway, so
All right. Call the Natural Resource Board meeting back to order, please. We are going to enter open forum, but first, the board's privy, we're going to take Jim Lemke for some real estate stuff. If you'd like to get into the board and get on. So we're going to go to letter G. Land donation, Teresa Wildlife Area, Washington, Dodge Counties, land donation, expansion of project boundaries, Hank Aaron State Trail Park, Milwaukee. Land donation, White River Steel Trail, White River State Trail, Racine and Walworth counties, and land donations and official naming, statewide Habitat Trail, Dane County. Jim Lemke, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Praying. Good morning. Good morning, Secretary Cole and the rest of the members of the NRB. My name is Jim Lemke, and I'm the Real Estate Section Chief presenting these 4 donations for your consideration. I think I can be brief on these and then answer any questions. The first involves Teresa Wildlife Area, which is a cleanup of a Highway 41 4-lane expansion project by the DOT. These properties totaling 101 acres of land, 6 separate properties are all in boundary and will all be open for all 5 MBOAs. The second is a really interesting project. It only involves 0.03 acres of land for the Hank Aaron State Trail in Milwaukee, but it's critical because it creates a safer access point for those trail users on what is a very popular trail in that area. This has been a cooperative effort with the city of West Allis, the city of Milwaukee, with the city of West Allis actually paying for this connection point. The third donation is 17 acres located near the city of Burlington by the DOT as well. This is a mitigation of the White River State Trail that was cut off because of a highway expansion and bypass around the city of Burlington. So what this does is it realigns the trail for the benefit of the user so they don't have to bike 2 miles into the city of Burlington to reconnect with the trail. The 17 acres is an interesting parcel of land that comes along with this that will also be open for all 5 MBOAs. And the last is a donation from the William Towell family that would like to donate 41 acres right in the heart of Madison here. What's interesting about this tract of land, it's adjacent to a 40-acre tract that the department already owns and has plans to mitigate wetlands, create waterways to Lake Mendota, all for the efforts of clean water for spawning habitat. If the board accepts this 41-acre donation, that expansion of that wetland mitigation will continue on to this, which will now be 80 acres of land. And it's an exciting opportunity as well that the county of Dane County is very excited about. It'll really restore a lot of floodplain issues and clean water initiatives. Just so the board is aware, we state on the green sheet that there's 41 acres. That'll probably go down by about a half an acre when the Dane County actually finalizes the width of their access on this road that they're trying to create or eliminate the congestion of. With that also comes along a naming opportunity on behalf of the William Towell Family Estate, and it will be called, with the permission of the board or approval of the board, the Towell Family State Habitat Area. This is something that we take very seriously, and the criteria necessary for the naming of this property has been reviewed by the department and as accepted, and it's up to the board to also determine that. So with that, Chair Praying, I'm sorry that was a little bit longer, but I respectfully ask for your permission to accept these donations on behalf of the department.
Is there a motion?
Move on the recommendation.
Is there a second? Sharon?
Yes.
Second. Any discussion?
I'm sorry.
All in favor, say aye. Opposed, motion carries. The other one you have, Jim, is letter H, acceptance of a revisionary land interest, Lizard Mound Park.
Yes, thanks again, Chair Praying. Before you is agenda item 4H, which is acceptance of a reversionary interest from Washington County to the state of Wisconsin for Lizard Mound County Park. This park is open to the public and is considered one of the country's greatest examples of effigy burial mounds, featuring 28 distinct mounds on this property. For background purposes, in February of 2020, Washington County signed a resolution returning the park back to the state via a reversionary interest that basically said if ever the park was not to be used for public purposes, it would revert back to the state after a 2-year period. Washington County has been wonderful to work with. They've been maintaining this park all along, but the memorandum of agreement was signed basically saying that they would continue to maintain the park through this past tourist season, and then the state of Wisconsin would step in and take ownership back of this park. So it's now closed for the tourism season, as it always has been. This will allow the department some time to consider a number of options for the care of Lizard Mound. With that, Mr. Chair, I could take questions from you, but I respectfully ask you to approve the acceptance of Lizard Mound County Park from Washington County pursuant to this reversionary.
Is there a motion on the floor first?
Move approval.
For a second? Second. Sharon, you got beat by half a second on that one. Any questions? Marcy, then Terry.
Just a thank you to Jim for the briefing always. And we had talked about perhaps reaching out to some of the tribes in the area and also considering alternative maintenance options as far as a friend group or anything like that. So just want to get that on the record that we'll explore that as part of the discussion.
Yes, thank you. And just as a follow-up, the tribes have been communicated with on this particular park continuously. So they are at the forefront of all decisions that will be made.
Thank you.
Terry?
Similar concern. We, obviously, in this instance, we don't have any flexibility. Do we take it back or we won't take it back? It was the arrangement that was made when we did this to begin with. We got to take it back. So now what do we do with it? So I'm hoping that Jim gets on his horse and gets this taken care of quickly so that the department doesn't have to expend a bunch of resources to have to monitor and manage this.
Bill?
Yeah, thank you. I had asked the same question, but also in talking with Jim, he had shared with me information as to the relative importance and value of this particular archaeological site. I think that would be worth a very brief comment on the record, Jim.
Yeah, it is very significant to have 28 different mounds, which formerly, Mr. Bruins, was upwards near 60 mounds at this site. But over the years, the centuries, it's been reduced to 26. But it's a site that represents a number of different shaped effigies. It's named after the lizard, the largest 200-foot effigy mound on there. But what is significant about this park as well is it's open to the public and it's a self-guided tour and it's easy to get to. You can park there and there's a self-guided tour that takes you through all the different varieties of mounds with an explanation of signage that explains what is exactly happening there. So it's rare to have not only this accumulation of mounds at one spot, but it's also rare to have it so accessible to the public. And so I think that's a couple of things that come into factor here for the significance of Lizard Mound.
I don't think they rank archaeological sites in numerical order, but you convinced me this is one of very high regional, if not national value.
Yes, and that again, Mr. Smith comes from our archaeologist, Ricky Kubicek on staff, who is familiar with these types of sites, and it comes from the State Historical Society that's already weighed in on this as well. And so that's coming from them more so than me. I'm just passing that along. And I think I referred to you by your wrong name previously. I'm sorry about that.
He answers by lots of names. So much can't be repeated here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It was only a matter of time that the bills got mixed up.
All right. Any more discussion, Cass?
Was there any estimate on what the county was spending to maintain that park?
I don't have any estimates on that, but I know that it was minimal maintenance. It was just basically mowing and caring of the grounds. There's no real facilities on the property itself. So I don't think that it was a matter of maintenance cost for the county as it was that they just didn't feel they had the archaeology expertise to care for these mounds. That was the presiding reason behind giving it back to the state.
Okay. Thank you. We look forward to updates, the public as well as the board, and what's going to transpire. Be the same thing that was before or something a little different.
Yeah, absolutely.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
We're going back to open forum right now. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. And to give their testimony, please keep in mind that testimony that threatens, intimidates, or makes disparaging comments about board members, department staff, or other members of the public is unacceptable and will not be tolerated. Our first speaker is John Hanson from Antrish Waters. He's the town chairman, but he's representing himself. Well, the Dead Pike Lake, a quick backstory here, Dead Pike Lake, this board actually had a meeting up there. It's been going on for quite a few decades. And the frustration level is fairly high. And so when he called me, I said, please come to open forum and share with the board your frustration. So John Hanson, you on?
I am.
John, how are you? Welcome. The 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes, so please be concise and board members have time to ask questions if they so desire. John, go ahead.
I also have Gail Wolfer who will be testifying after me. So I'm going to read this so I can be concise and get done in 3 minutes. We would like to thank the board for once again giving us time to address the Powell Marsh Dead Pike Lake problem. First, I would like to address the original sin, the desecration of the marsh around 1960 by the DNR's predecessor in an attempt to create another Horicon marsh. Picture in your mind a person sitting in a backhoe on this pristine leatherleaf bog and being ordered to rip into it and dig 14 miles of ditches and create 14 miles of dikes. Then install a dozen dams to control water flow and create artificial ponds. Picture several hundred acres of additional bog being bulldozed, fertilized, and limed in order to attempt to grow crops and attract waterfall. The next sin happened in 1980 when the master plan for the marsh was reviewed and it was determined that the experiment wasn't working. And growing crops and other methods used to attract waterfall were abandoned. At that time, someone in the DNR should have realized that because it wasn't working, a plan should have been implemented to restore the marsh to its original condition. That didn't happen, and to this day, it hasn't happened. So the destruction of Dead Pike Lake continues. An amendment your board added to the 2017 update of the master plan for the marsh ordered the DNR to fix the problem, and that hasn't happened either. We view all of the proposals being put forth to date as temporary Band-Aid solutions to the problem. The most cost-effective and easiest to do of these Band-Aid solutions is the installation of a dam at Lost Creek, the outlet of Dead Pike Lake. For some reason, we have never been told the DNR wants the town of Manitowoc Waters to own the dam. This doesn't make sense. The dam will be on state property, which is exactly where the 12 dams in the marsh are. Why should the residents of the town be responsible and liable for this dam? If the marsh management requested another dam within the marsh, which would be on state land, by DNR's logic, would the town have to own and operate that dam too? Which leads us to the ultimate solution, and that is the restoration of the marsh to its natural condition by filling in the ditches with the dikes, removing the dams, and eliminating the artificial ponds. This was a conclusion of the Bar Engineering study that they reached when they did their study in 2011. Our question to you, the members of the board, is will you support an order directing the DNR to develop and implement a plan for restoration? And to you, Secretary Cole, knowing that you supported the amendment in 2017, will you direct your staff to do the same? We would appreciate a yes or no answer so we know where we stand. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. Questions for John Hanson on his position or the frustration level? I'm sure Todd will want to maybe answer something. If we have a question for him, that's why he's sitting here. He's lead on this.
John, when we were up in your neck of the woods a couple, 3 years ago, you had just had a researcher complete a study, and there was some discussion about a lime treatment to try to resolve the problems in Dead Pike Lake. What happened to that initiative?
So that would have been dependent on the dam being installed and the water level being stabilized in Dead Pike Lake. Right now, the water level in Dead Pike Lake is about 1.5 feet below its historic normal high water mark. And that's one of the reasons that the level of iron flock in the lake is so high, because it's coming in from groundwater. So that liming process would not be done until after the dam is installed. And again, that's, we believe that's one more Band-Aid solution to the ultimate problem, that the marsh has to be restored.
Cass,
Or who else?
Cass? I didn't have one here. So is it true that funding and everything had gone through the legislature? We've been dealing with this issue for a long time, and frankly, in the years of clean water, I don't understand why we can't come up with the money to solve this problem. Did you guys pay for the engineering originally?
We had some cost of it. The engineering study that was done by Applied Ecological Services over the past couple of years was funded by some grants from the DNR. As far as the cost of construction of the dam, earlier this year, we had submitted an application for grant funding for this project, and that was denied. So then we went to the legislature, and Senator Felskowski included in the budget bill $125,000 to construct the dam. So that money is there, it's available, and there's no reason in our mind why the DNR can't use that money to construct the dam.
Okay, and then another question I had somebody in the private sector destroyed a marsh like we did. Now, none of us were around at that time, but we would be required to get that marsh back. And I don't understand why the department in this particular instance just wants to ignore it. We created a mess and now we want to just forget about it. Could you answer that question?
To everybody know, Todd Ames, Deputy Secretary. There's a couple of issues at play here, and Cheryl can certainly speak to some of the legal questions. The solution that I've been working on for years relative to this concern that they have, everything had been, it took a long time and there was a lot of effort expended, but we had all of the funding lined up for the dam and all of the funding that would run through the town. They've now chosen that they don't want to go that route. As for the marsh, I can tell you, I'm certainly not an expert on that marsh, but what we've heard from our wildlife staff is we've actually, that's a very important wetland complex there that provides a lot of resources to habitat for a variety of critters, and it would be, we think, a very significant adverse impact if you were to, change the nature of that marsh that has been there for about 60 years now.
So we're satisfied then with having Dead Pine Lake in a condition that it's in?
Again, our position is we have looked at the condition. This is a natural condition that you find Dead Pine Lake in with iron, and actually some of the data we've seen on phosphorus loading, it's actually there's less phosphorus in the lake than there was several decades ago. But again, to back up to where we were just a few weeks ago, everybody had agreed after a lot of work and a lot of discussion and certainly a lot of contentious effort that we were going to proceed forward with this dam that the town was going to own. And we had federal funding, the legislative earmark has been referenced, some charitable funding, some future funds in terms of ability to do operation and maintenance of that structure. And all of that would go through the town. There is no way for the department to do any of that work because it's already been earmarked for the town. And it's just recently the town has decided that they don't want to move in that direction.
So the purpose of the dam, I don't know, I don't care who answers. What was the purpose? What is the purpose of the proposed dam?
May I
John?
answer that? May I answer that?
You asked that question, John Hanson?
Yeah.
John, you may answer that question.
Okay, thank you. Purpose of the dam was to raise the water level in Dead Pike Lake back to its historic normal water level, which has not been there for the past, I don't know how many years, at least 25 years, because of the operation of the marsh and the fact that they would hold water back that should have flowed into Dead Pike Lake. So that lower level has allowed more groundwater to come in, and the groundwater is higher in iron content, and that creates more iron flock in Dead Pike Lake. And I think the members of the board should have received some pictures of Mr. Wolf's beach this summer. Underneath that stuff you're looking at in those pictures is a nice sand beach. As for the town's position and the DNR's unwillingness to do anything, I read all the time about the DNR working and restoring wetlands. And for Mr. Ames to say that that pristine wetland that was taken apart by the former conservation department is going to be harmed if it's restored, I don't understand that. I guess where I would be at right now, because we can't take enough time of your time, we would like to have some sort of forum set where we could sit down with the personnel from the DNR and have a true debate about what's going on in that marsh and what needs to be done to fix it. And this
Okay,
is,
John. John, we have to move forward.
yes.
Let's move on to Gail Wolf, please. Gail, please do not get in an reaction to what people or the department have said. I would like you to just give us your prepared statements, and you have 3 minutes, and then we'll have a chance to talk to you, ask you questions. Gail?
Okay, thank you, thank you. My name is Gail Wolf. I'm the water chairman of the Dead Pike Lake Association. And I'm formally submitting to the Natural Resources Board the accusation that our Department of Natural Resources is in direct violation of the public trust doctrine, as well as the legal requirements of the Federal Clean Water Act. Violations they would aggressively pursue and prosecute were they done by anyone other than the department itself. The public trust doctrine clearly establishes that the water of the state belongs to the people of the state, not to any governmental unit, and as such are to be protected and preserved for the people's benefit, not the whims and the wishes of a bureaucratic agency. The criteria of swimmable and fishable are explicitly cited as water conditions to be preserved. The department's willful and wanton pollution of Dead Pike Lake through its extensive alteration and mismanagement of the Powell Marsh watershed violates this directive. In addition, the department has literally destroyed the two most important functions and services of all watersheds. Number one, the ability to provide filtration. Number two, to modify the extremes of water fluctuations. Through the massive conversion of a 10,000-acre watershed, the department has not only eliminated these functions, but they've replaced them by manufacturing pollution, both at the groundwater and the surface water level, and then exercising independent control over this entire ecosystem. This egregious action alone warrants an aggressive confrontation. Clearly, the contaminating conditions created by the department's takeover
of this massive watershed is in violation of the principles and the very spirit of our revered public trust doctrine. The Clean Water Act, for an administrative agency overseen by an executive claiming to be the clean water governor, the hypocrisy is laughable. The EPA has itself declared Dead Pike Lake to be an impaired water. Phosphorus levels currently, Todd, exceed the state maximum for a two-tiered lake. And if Wisconsin enforced the iron limits established by surrounding states and the EPA itself, 1 milligram per liter, it could not possibly justify the marsh's downstream iron output.
Gail, you need to wrap it up, please. Could you please?
Yes.
Closing statement or something, but we're well past 3 minutes.
Together with the town of Manitowish Waters, we would ask for a hearing, an open debate with the department, including their personnel as well as our testimony, and that of those independent scientists who have engaged in extensive research on this problem. We would ask for that consideration from the board, and we anxiously await your answer.
Okay. Board members, it's clear the passion and frustration, and thank you for coming to the meeting. This has been going on a long time, and it's not going to go away. What's odd to me is there's a quick fix. We engineered a fix. They paid for it. We paid for it. The Minnesota firm that did it, I believe, has done this before. It's you put the culvert in, call it a dam, it's a culvert, and you raise the water, and then I think you would do a lime filtration. Todd made an interesting point that it's 60 years of wetlands, hard to just sit there and rip that out and start over again. I can understand that, but that Paul Marsh caused a serious water quality issue that can be fixed. We just got done doing Coterie. We're going to try to fix that or make it better. This is fixable, everybody. And I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated because I've been involved with this for 7 years myself, 6 years. And now we're down to who owns the dam. Well, they never said they wanted to own the dam, but we've been grinding that thing around. Clearly, the town doesn't want to own the dam. Well, you know what? We have it funded. We have it engineered. We have a small lake outside of Manitowish Waters that's a cesspool of iron deposits. Property values have plummeted, and we have a fix. What's holding it up here? We have a governor that's for clean water. Another good win in the pocket for clean water. It's fixable. I strongly suggest that the department sit down and fix it. There's really no other excuses except the dam, apparently. We own 12 other dams on that property. This is on state land. Put another one on it. Own one more to get this water fixed. Let's quit digging our heels in. I don't think we need to have a special forum up there. We're going to rehash the last 20 years, which we rehashed already. It doesn't do any good. We know how to fix it. The question is, will the department and the town come to some agreement, initiate fixing this problem? Any questions for Gail Wolf? No, thank you too for showing up and good luck. Diane Kane from Hickson, representing herself, an idea for creation of a non-lethal predator education and prevention program in Wisconsin. Diane, how are you?
I am good. Thank you. Yes, I'm Diane Kane. Thanks for letting me talk today. A wise owl says predator mitigation is possible through Farm Service Agency. Growing up on our dairy farm, we raised hens in coops within a fence so they could scratch outdoors during the day. Some would escape the fence, but at dusk we'd chase them back into the coop. Any hen we missed in the roundup might be gone. Sometimes in the morning we would find the hen's head, indicating death by owl. One evening, perched on our barn roof was a magnificent great horned owl. To our horror, my dad shot and killed the screeching owl. Lessons learned that are applicable to any predator. The owl was habituated with easy meals. The chicken enclosure should have been repaired. Non-lethal methods to deter the owl would have probably worked. The death of the owl probably resulted in starvation of owlets. Owls are essential in the ecosystem as mousers. We must do better to assist farmers with the education and the means to prevent livestock depredation through non-lethal means. Livestock farmers need options to dispose of carcasses other than in the woods, which causes predators to develop a taste for livestock. Property tax incentives encourage cattle grazing on lands where predators may also live. Beef cattle are often pastured with minimal fencing and supervision. Confirmed livestock canid lupus depredation in 2020 involved only one dairy cow and one dairy calf. The remainder were mostly beef calves. Wildlife services and landowners have killed 68 canid lupus thus far in 2021, showcasing a need for the initiation of a non-lethal predator education and prevention program through FSA. The role of the Farm Service Agency since the 1930s has been to assist farmers with supportive farm programs. FSA could provide funding and technical support to farmers for livestock carcass compost bins, funding for non-lethal predation prevention, including noisemakers, fox lights, etc., all tailored to individual farmer needs. Farm groups and the public in Wisconsin should support farmers by calling upon legislators to fund farmers through FSA with non-lethal means to deter predators. 55 years after the owl's passing, Dad on his deathbed asked me, "Do you remember the owl?" Thank you. Any questions? I'd be happy to try to answer.
Any questions for Diane? Thank you, Diane, for your testimony. Melissa Smith from Madison, representing Friends of Wisconsin Wolf and Wildlife topic, wildlife governance reform.
Good morning. Just get my video up here. Okay, see me okay? Yep. All right, good morning, Dr. Pren, Natural Resource Board, Secretary Coles, Deputy Ames, and DNR staff. I hope you're all enjoying this great week and enjoying the beautiful fall weather. I know you dread this part of the part of the Natural Resource Board, Dr. Pren, so I'll try to be brief. I'm back again.
Actually, you're mistaken. I want to correct you. I don't dread it.
Oh, good. Okay, great. Well, that's even better news. That's even better news. I'm back again to talk about wildlife governance and the broken system Wisconsin is forced to work in when developing Natural Resource Board policy. I want to strongly emphasize that we really do have more in common than we do not. We all have an interest in natural resource policy, and believe it or not, I too am a fiscal conservative. We don't have vast unlimited resources, especially during a pandemic, and that's whether it's water, wildlife, soil, or money. When we don't have unlimited resources for litigation, I'm a taxpayer and I don't want our citizens having to pay for lawsuits brought by either side of issues, be it PFAs, cranes, or state parks. However, even today we saw new focused interest in the emergency rules, and I think that's kind of the point. With 13 new bills introduced recently in our legislature, one with another mandated hunt on cranes, I'm asking you really to consider the following. Respect term limits of the board. Be transparent in your decisions. Go with rulemaking on whether something is truly an emergency or not. Listen to the tribes and respect treaty rights. Listening to the citizens you represent and not just special interest lobbyists from your side of view of things. You can see this evidenced in many of our issues. We could have worked this out, and I truly mean this from the bottom of my heart. I could have lived with a moderate hunt of a certain species, but you gave us no choice and embarrassed the state of Wisconsin. I don't want to go to court again. I don't want to do it again. And we didn't matter. Our voices did not matter until now. Again, I heard the emphasis on the emergency rules process, so it did work. Zero is a number that can be chosen in the future, not only by this board, but the department, and litigation's expenses could be used on things such as Dead Pipe Lake. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Melissa. Any question for Melissa? Thank you. Paul Collins, Stoughton, representing Animal Wellness Action, Lack of Democracy and Wildlife Management. Paul?
Good morning. The 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution states, "No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws." Unfortunately, when it comes to wildlife management, and even to the very construction of this board, I question whether equal protection under the law really does exist in Wisconsin. Wisconsin has a population of 5.9 million people. Of that 5.9 million, there are 670,000 licensed resident hunters, according to the latest 2021 data from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Despite there being well over 5 million non-hunters in Wisconsin, state statute dictates that 3 of the 7 board members must be licensed hunters, with a 4th being an agriculture representative. So from the get-go, that means that the vast majority of the population have no say or representation on this board, whether they hunt or not, or support hunting or not. How is that equal protection under the law? Of course, hunters have a right to have their voices heard, but so do the 5 million plus remaining Wisconsin citizens that are currently ignored or shut out of the process. What we saw at this board's meeting in August was an overwhelming number of state citizens that put aside their reservations and even fears about speaking publicly to testify before this board on a topic currently under litigation. Those people poured their hearts and feelings out to this board, and what did they get in return? They got a flippant response that completely ignored every single thing that they said, and a poke in the eye for daring to view wildlife as anything other than a resource that is to be used for hunter opportunity, or in the case of that species, a bidding war that would push it to near eradication levels. Wisconsin citizens came together to speak out against what they saw as an egregious attack on what they hold dear. What did they and the citizens of the state get in return? They got a throat punch to democracy, equal protection, and equal representation. Citizens should not have to be lobbyists for dark money, special interest, political operatives, or blowhard out-of-state convicted poachers to have their voices heard by this board or legislature. It must be nice for the polluting special interest, dark money hunting special interest, and political operatives to have members of this board and legislature on speed dial to do their bidding while the rest of the citizenry gets ignored. If you think that liberals are the only folks that are tired of this behavior, you couldn't be more wrong. Ask the ethical hunters and conservatives that joined with us to speak out against the egregious slaughter of wildlife and the partisan charade being played out on this very board. We as citizens of Wisconsin and advocates for wildlife should not have to go to court to have our voices heard. But if that is what it takes, that is what we will continue to do until we indeed have equal protection under the law. Thank you.
Any questions for Paul Collins? Ken, go ahead.
I just can't sit here and listen. Do you think in any other state you would have the opportunity to come and do what you're doing right now? You say we don't represent the public. Our arms are wide open to listening to the public and accepting the public. But we do have decisions to make, and we have to weigh that public input along with good management. And I'm appalled by that statement, because the state of Wisconsin is the best state in the country for listening to public input.
That is your opinion, sir. You apparently listened to Hunter Nation, the Wisconsin Bear Hunters Association.
Okay, Paul, let's ratchet down. Thank you. Cynthia Samuels from Iron River, representing the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. No, is that wrong? That's the topic, excuse me, with citizen input. Cynthia Samuels? She on?
No, she's not.
I'm sorry. Jeffrey Wydell, Shorewood, representing governance.
And he has a special conflict also.
Oh, I get updated here. Okay, Susan Roberts, Kenosha, representing wildlife governance.
Good morning.
Hello, you have 3 minutes, Susan.
Thank you, Dr. Prine, and thank you, the NRB board, for letting me speak today. My name is Susan Roberts. I'm representing myself from Southeast Wisconsin. As a citizen of Wisconsin, history shows it's blatantly clear that the Wisconsin state governance regarding wildlife and biological sustainability policies needs urgent reform before our ecosystem is completely depleted. Who's driving our wildlife policy in Wisconsin? It's not the non-consumptive users who enjoy its presence, but instead the NRB is being coerced into representing such a minute fraction of people in our state with hunting, fishing, and energy interests. Doesn't wildlife belong to all of us? Yes, it does. So then establish laws to protect wildlife in our ecosystem, which allow all of us to enjoy them. Wildlife is also not being managed on an ecological level to promote ecosystem health and biological diversity, which has been proven to enrich our planet. On October 19th, 2021, 13 bills were presented. The Sportsman Heritage Act, SB 620, I believe it's called. These were presented on a timeline which does not allow for scientific investigation or management so that it could be swiftly passed into law. Let me address just a few of its points. Number one, show us the biological need for killing sandhill cranes. As citizens, we surely don't want them killed. Number two, give us the scientific data showing us the benefit of importing animals for canned hunts. The non-consumptive users of this state, which means the largest portion of this state, are not in favor of profoundly absurd canned hunts with animals brought in from foreign countries, which can bring with them new diseases negatively impacting our health. Have we not already had enough with coronavirus and chronic wasting disease? Again, show us the science providing non-native species in how it's beneficial. Bringing in non-native species to deplete natural resources for our endemic population is not beneficial to the preservation or betterment of our native species or our ecosystem in our state. Is it not obvious to the objective mind that these bills are only happening because unethical hunters want to legally control our resources and the NRB's moral and political failures are promoting and legitimizing it? Even when it comes to the terms on this board and limits being ignored, is that not being coerced by special interest groups? This irreverence for legal and ethical behavior regarding our resources needs to be halted, and the public trust document needs to be upheld. As citizens of this great state of Wisconsin with the right to have our input represented, we insist that you choose to make wildlife and ecological decisions based on all people, because if we continue over-consuming and disrespecting natural resources, our great state will become a wasteland. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Any questions for Susan? Chris Albert from Lebanon Junction, Kentucky, representing National Wolf Catcher Coalition. You have 3 minutes, Chris.
Thank you, sirs. Hunting, trapping, fishing, and the people that engage in these activities have historically been a major source of funding for wild lands and wild animal conservation. However, the number of people that engage in these activities is decreasing despite efforts to recruit, retain, and reactivate them. There are now many more people that want to engage wild places in different and non-consumptive ways, such as hiking, camping, tracking, bird watching, and more. It is time to find a way to fund wildlife and wild places in such a way that the public that uses these wild places in all these diverse ways has a way not only to enjoy them, but pay for them. The public needs to pay for public assets, and wildlife and wild places are a public asset belonging to us all. There is another aspect to management by limited interest that has come clearly into focus. If deer hunters are paying most of wildlife managers' salary, then the natural primary goal of the agencies will be to provide more deer, not biodiversity, not healthy ecosystems, just more deer. Not only that, if people not trained in science maintain misperceptions like the predators are killing all the deer, the professionals will not be likely to correct and educate these misperceptions, but to cater to them. Science and sound management become sidelined. The management of our wild places focuses intentionally on how many can we kill, how many deer, wolves, crows, cranes, whatever. It's always how many can we kill. The world has lost 70% of its wildlife. The US has lost 3 billion birds. We need a different focus. The management of wildlife and wild places needs to be reorganized such that all the interests pay and all are represented. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Chris? Next is Dr. Alberson Dahlman from Cambria, California, representing himself, Wisconsin governance. You have 3 minutes. See on? Going once, going twice. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Hello?
Hello, Allison. You have 3
Can you hear
minutes,
me?
please. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I apologize. I'm on the road.
I think we lost your signal. Allison, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can't see you, but go ahead and read your statement, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm deeply concerned that all of the bills presented are being rushed through without considering their consequences. Many are non-specific, so this board has a responsibility to the public to reject them until further information is given. For example, I'm against eliminating 3 rules when a single is added. It does not state what 3 rules or to what they might regard. Another is a DNR plan to establish priorities and goals. Whose priorities? Whose goals? So far, we have only seen hunters, trappers, outfitters, the livestock industry, and other consumptive users' priorities in your legislation. Non-consumptive users, of which there are many, many more, such as hikers, campers, photographers, and tribal communities, deserve their needs to be met as well. Above all, science, balanced ecosystems, and endangered species must be prioritized, or there will be further deterioration of our natural resources. We are at a precipice with our biodiversity declining rapidly, and future generations will either thank or curse us for our actions today. Farmers can already kill sandhill cranes on their farms, so no hunt is needed. Differentiating between sandhills and whooping cranes is challenging, even for experienced birders. And with whooping cranes still in the recovery phase, a general hunt for sandhills would be detrimental to both species. Partnering with private aquaculture industries makes you accountable to them, again diminishing your responsibility to public interests, science, ecosystems, and wildlife, which is a blatant conflict of interest. The public trust has already been broken. You have an opportunity to begin repairs by not supporting these bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, next we have Mary Ann Erickson from Portland, Oregon, representing governance. Mary Ann Erickson. Mary Ann Erickson going once, twice. Let's move on. Stephanie Farrack from Fish Creek, representing herself, hounding on public land. Is Stephanie on the feed?
Stephanie is not on the feed.
Stephanie's not on the feed. Thank you. Max Legale from Madison Wildlife Governance. Is Max on the feed?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Max. You have 3 minutes, Max.
My name is Max Legale. I'm a landowner in Iowa and Sauk counties. I've started 2 successful high technology companies in Wisconsin. Although I'm not a hunter, I allow friends to hunt on my lands. I monitor trail cam for the DNR on a volunteer basis on the Iowa County land, and we've observed bobcat and black bear among more common species. I enjoyed reading about the rusty patched bumblebee in a DNR magazine and have been looking for one all summer, but have not seen one yet. I monitor monarch butterflies, and I'm a bird watcher. I feel my interests and the interests of the general public in Wisconsin are not represented by the actions and discussions of the Natural Resources Board. It seems clear that the actions of the board and advice it provides to DNR respond almost exclusively to the wishes of special interest groups that represent only a tiny fraction of the state population. Its beholdenness to special interests and the damage it causes to the respect of the DNR in the eyes of the public is exemplified by the actions and behavior of the head of the NRB, which in my opinion are totally unethical. The board should get busy advising the DNR to get its house in order, start over the process of rulemaking based on scientific principles rather than politics, which has driven DNR decisions for at least the last 10 years. And make decisions on wildlife management that take into consideration ecological balance and the roles of the public as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Any questions for Max? Next is Elaine Swanson from Pickett Wildlife Governance Reform. Elaine, you have 3 minutes, Elaine. Hello. Your audio is not on. Elaine, take your mute button off if you could, please. On the bottom of the screen, there you go.
Okay. Elaine Swanson from East Central Wisconsin, rural Pickett. I'm here this morning to speak out of a sense of profound concern for the future of wildlife here in Wisconsin. Specifically, nearly a dozen bills were released earlier this month and brought to the floor. The authors did not confer with any state conservation groups directly affected, nor did they consult with experts in the science community. Reading over the brief descriptions, I was appalled at the increasing disrespect and devaluing of the natural environment. The intent appears to establish a climate highly unfavorable to wildlife. One proposal requires removal of valid restrictions on hunting and trapping now in place. Inhumane treatment of wild animals is condoned under the guise of something called sporting heritage. Further, the bills propose hunting which is far from a fair chase. Animals are kept in a confined area to prevent escape, making tracking easy for the trophy hunter. We did not inherit wildlife for our amusement. We inherited responsibility. And for many of us, this responsibility is a privilege. Wildlife artists have rendered the crane in sacred masterpieces, captured on canvas, sculptured in bronze, dancing in watercolors. If you've ever been up to the Birds and Art exhibit in Wausau, you've seen this for yourself. The proposal, therefore, to hunt this revered bird is beyond comprehension. It suggests a brutish, disturbing mentality. Aldo Leopold knew that some of us cannot live without wildlife. And I suspect the majority of non-hunters in Wisconsin have similar words. For me, close contact with the natural world elevates my purpose, helps me see my lifescape from a distant view. I feel connected to Mother Earth. I urge each of you to prioritize policy that reflects not special interests, but the larger population for whom wildlife protection and conservation of habitat remain our priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Elaine? Next, we have Dawn Sabin, I believe it is, from Madison. Her topic is the April 2021 Wisconsin Conservation Congress resolution regarding wolves. Dawn?
Dawn is not on the call.
Dawn's not on the phone. Next, we have Stacy Gilson from Weston, representing herself. Wildlife is her topic. Elaine, you can mute your video if you could, Elaine.
Sure.
And mute yourself too as well. Thank you. Okay. Stacy, go ahead. The floor is yours. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I am testifying today in light of the injunction granted by Judge Jacob Frost, who skillfully explained the meaning of our constitutional rights for all citizens of the public trust laws. I feel wildlife have been used as political pawns for too long, and this is no way to ensure the populations will remain healthy and on the landscape for present and future generations to come. I respect the Constitution for hunters' rights, but man simply cannot disrupt nature's balance just because they favor one species over another and the money it brings to influence it. Our DNR and NRB boards need to work together to make decisions using science, expert researchers in a field, and public input, not organizations and political figures forcing our state to appease their personal preferences. We need to listen to science, whether it favors our personal views or not. There needs to be common sense regulations that are both ethical and enforced for all wildlife. I oppose the 13 bills for sporting freedom being introduced. I feel these bills are not going in a direction that will be sustainable to the wildlife here or anywhere. It introduces many very bad decisions for the health of animals, both wild and domestic, and for the health of humans. I see nothing in these bills that assures the public that ethical standards will be upheld or enforced. There has to be accountability and oversight when species are being taken and the methods they use to do so. Nature is a gift, and these gifts are everyone's to enjoy. There are many ways we can learn to coexist as we encroach on animals' habitats. These methods should be explored and expanded on, not just the use of lethal ones. Now is the time to fix the injustices we have allowed and make better choices to ensure we all can enjoy the many beautiful gifts Wisconsin has to offer. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, thank you much for the public forum. Let's move on to Department Secretary matters. Mr. Secretary, retirement recognitions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move forward several retirement recognitions. Kay Brockman, Madaris, 31 years. Thomas Brzezinski, 33 years. Gary Eddy Jr., 25 years. Stephen Gilbert, 37 years. Elizabeth Goreinspeck, 28 years. Paul Holton, 30 years. David Kafara, 37 years. John Kozma, 34 years. John Kroll, 31 years. Timothy Miro, 35 years. And Warden David Youngquist, 25 years. For your consideration, Mr. Chair.
It's quite a list.
Move to approve.
Move to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Add up the years. It's a lot.
Thank you for your service.
Can I mention?
Terry?
Our gal from Shawano County is retiring after several years of contributions to Shawano County, and we really appreciated everything she did. She was an active participant. I think it's once a month, the local radio station features our DNR people, which is exciting because they get the word out about what's happening and things to be aware of and when the seasons are going to start and et cetera. So I'd encourage all local radio stations to be thinking about doing something like that because it makes public awareness much improved.
All right, thank you. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Secretary. Number B.
Items in your packet as it relates to the acts of the Secretary of Real Estate regarding real estate transactions. And as customary and usual, I've asked Sandy D. Nas to step forward and give her some of my time to remind folks that Sandra is the nominee for the Natural Resources Board. Effort to make sure that people don't forget about her and the efforts that she's working on. Step to the podium if you like.
Thank you so much, Secretary Cole, Mr. Chairman, and NRB members. I'm super happy to be here today. Beautiful drive down yesterday down the western part of the state, and I'll head back up through Wausau today, and a beautiful time of the year to be out. Thank you for yielding some of your time for me. I was going to try and be brief, but I didn't get to teach this morning, so I'll do my best to go quickly. I was disappointed we couldn't meet in Superior last month, especially because the board missed the presentation on sharp-tailed grouse, the work that's occurring in the Northwest Sands habitat. The population is struggling. Currently, Bayfield County Forestry and Parks Department is taking the lead on research about sharp-tail movement. They are contracting with UMD, Natural Resources Research Institute, for research on tracking that movement. The Chequamegon-Nicolet National Forest and the Bayfield County Forestry Department are doing large block habitat management in an attempt to provide additional habitat for the species and to provide a corridor to link the habitats for genetic diversity. The work of groups like the Forest Service, Bayfield County, Wisconsin Sharp-tailed Grouse Society, and Red Cliff Tribal Natural Resources Department are critical to figuring out what is happening with sharp-tails in our state. And I, incidentally, I'm a volunteer. I've been helping monitor that species and helping to do work with that species for a number of years. And almost every spring, I help to count the birds on their dancing grounds. I hope the DNR continues to be a leader in monitoring and in efforts to improve habitat for this unique game bird species. Though it was canceled, on another note, I was invited to attend the lake renaming ceremony by Lac du Flambeau Tribal President John Johnson. The tribe worked with the state to rename a lake near their reservation from Squaw Lake to Amber Lake. This is significant. I look forward to attending this ceremony in the future, and I'm honored that they asked me to attend, and encourage you to reach out to President Johnson to be able to attend that ceremony as well. I was fortunate to take students to the UWSP Northern Aquaculture Demonstration Facility in early October, where we assisted the Nemacolin Lake Association, NADF staff, and Red Cliff Tribe in fin clipping 5,000 walleye fingerlings destined for Lake Nemacolin later that day. We had a chance to meet and talk with DNR Office of Applied Science researcher Stephanie Shaw. As she collected samples, she explained that the research was looking at why walleye from hatcheries seem to be turning out mostly females in the lakes where they are stocked. NADF was one of the facilities in the study, but they were able to sample both pond-raised and recirculating aquaculture system raised walleyes. So that's an exciting event and a different aspect of looking at hatchery raised fish. She shared possible hypotheses with the students. It was a good way to connect students with science right where they live. So I appreciate the DNR being willing to work with students. I think that is where some of the connections can be made to, especially where we live, what's happening in nature and what's happening with our students, and helping them to see the importance of being involved in those types of things. A Trapper Ed class was held in Iron River in early October. These in-person hands-on learning opportunities are important to connect experienced ethical trappers to those new to trapping. With recent information about the amount of organics in the waste stream making its way to landfills, this is a good time to talk about Northland College's program and their efforts to reinforce sustainable thinking to our region in northern Wisconsin. They implemented a community composting program where people can bring their organic waste to an auger type composter and have the opportunity to purchase the resulting product to enrich their soils. They do pickup at many community businesses for a monthly fee, making it convenient on a large scale. This is a great service available to citizens in the Schwabingen Bay region. One of the most important ways to get people to recognize what's going on in the waste stream is, as Terry just put it, we need to get the word out. And I love the idea of those radio programs. I know there's one that comes out of Michigan that I really enjoy listening to. And it's all focused on natural resources. I'd like to see more of that too. So the big thing that I saw in trying to help our school in Ashland when I was working there become part of that composting project was looking at it not as something new that they have to do, but as something that is just part of the way we do business. And so kudos to Northland College in Ashland for doing that. Finally, I wanted to mention a handicap accessible wildlife area underway in Ashland County, thanks to DNR engineer Bill Kurtz. Previous staff had the groundwork laid, but Mr. Kurtz brought it to fruition. The parking area is underway and about 5 miles of trails will be worked on once things freeze up. This area is a gem. I encourage you to check it out. I look forward to the agency embracing projects like this where there are limited opportunities for handicap accessible hunters. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it's really important for us to maintain our relationships with Sandy. While he hasn't been confirmed yet, and there are others on the board that have yet to be confirmed, you begin to see the breadth of knowledge, skills, and abilities that she's bringing to the table. And thank you for those efforts. And we will next meeting as well. Mr. Chair, turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Next item is the board matters approval of 2022 meeting calendar, which is sent to you. Is there a motion to approve the meeting as presented? Is there a second? Second, Bill. Any discussion on the meeting?
Can we talk about that for a second? Is it important for us to identify which ones can be virtual? I'd like to entertain the discussion of perhaps we recognize that in January and February, it might make sense with what we've learned in the past year and a half that we could do virtual during the bad driving season. And then it may be history that we do a few regional visits, but again, given that Superior was canceled and disappointed many of us because we were really looking forward to seeing some of those projects. If we could consider visiting more of the regions and make up for some of the times that we missed. I recognize that it's a potential staff issue, but staff may have ideas on how to make it easier to visit an area, may have ideas on what type of facilities could work to host a meeting like this. I know we've used technical colleges throughout the state that are well equipped to hold things like that. And again, I just, Superior was such a good example of, you know, those folks have a lot to talk about and would hopefully be able to get here if we were closer to their region. So
Let me address it first and you can go second. Sure. Marcia, as you all know, COVID is a very fluid disease. It's ups and downs. The Delta variant made a spike. And so the decision was made by the department and your chair to postpone. And I am a firm believer in getting this board out of Madison. The more the better, because this whole state, and we were very active in doing that. And I want to get it back to it as soon as possible. I do believe our bylaws accept virtual phone-in meetings, Zoom meetings, and in-person meetings. So there's always the option for people with long drives with weather to do it virtually. That doesn't mean other people won't come and host a meeting. I think the rule was for a while that we had somebody here to open the meeting up. Is that still even a rule anymore? I don't know. I don't either. But the point is that you can first go virtual, and it can be a game day decision on a lot of people, depending on what the weather is. I think it's important that we face to face. I think we get to see people's personalities. We get to the dialogue, the interaction is extremely important in decision-making process. Zoom is great. It's a great crutch, becoming commonplace. I think some of the testimony from DNR staff members saves them a lot of driving. It's perfectly adequate. But I think we really need to get together face to face as much as possible. But if the weather prevents, I mean, if I'm in Wausau and I've got 3 feet of snow and the meeting's not canceled, which it seldom is, I'm gonna call in. It just does, it's crazy to sit there and have a 5-hour bill. You too, you'd have an 8-hour drive with a bad snowstorm. So Zoom's a good thing to utilize. I think when you use as little as possible. As far as on-site visits, I think that's up to the secretary to put those together. And I think Marcia's point is well taken. We really want to get out and see this state and that constituents come to us. Although I will say with the Zoom open forums, it is a lot easier for people, especially if you live in Oregon, to talk to us. A lot easier. And so I think we've become leaps and bounds with transparency and getting public input. Secretary?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia, thank you for that. I'll just remind the board that there are opportunities to certainly get around the state. And I've benefited from those, seeing those projects as not only the board chair, but certainly as a member. I'll just remind you that you still have March, July, and November that are open to do whatever. And so you don't have to, while those aren't months in which you host meetings, but if there's a driving need that folks need to see something, hear from individuals in a certain part of the state, as secretary, I'll make every effort to make sure that we can do that. I just remind you that you have those openings in other months. So if weather is inclement, I trust that nobody wants to see Bill or Doc driving in snowstorms to get here for an hour, 2-hour meeting and virtually. But when and if that occurs, I would ask that you may consider some of those openings in other parts of the month to substitute getting out on the landscape. So I'm all for it. If you want to get out more, let's get out.
Some of those things also, I remind board members that if there is an event that's taking place, if there's more than 2, we need to post it. 2 are allowed, but there's 3 of us going to some event, whether it's a county picnic or whatever, we err on the side of caution. And we will post it that that event will be taking place and it could be a quorum of the board, although no business will be conducted. Is that correct, Cheryl? Correct. Terry?
Thank you. I would probably be one of the few that would benefit most from Zoom meetings in January and February, et cetera, because I commute from Florida for those meetings. And
are we supposed to feel sorry for you?
No, the
Okay.
point is,
Just making sure.
I willingly commute from Florida because I think it is extremely important that we meet in person. I'm zoomed out. I would rather, if I got to drive from Shawano and 2 feet of snow, I'll do it. I think it's important for us to get together and also to have the opportunity of meeting our staff in person and having conversations. And I know that the meetings that we have throughout the state, and I know our past practice has been to try to touch each part of the state in a cycle. Those are extremely important, yet at the same time, very demanding on staff. To put those meetings together is not an easy task. In addition to bringing our whole support cast with us. So remember that it's just not all of a sudden we want to come to Shawano. That'd be wonderful, but that's not the way it works. We got to go through the process, figure out what we need to do, where some very good, meaningful things are going on right then. That would be important. So we have to have flexibility for that. But it's a big deal. And I applaud the department on all the work they do for that. Also, all the members, because some of the people out in the public don't understand what we have to do for preparation for meetings. I mean, when you got to read that much stuff, and some of it comes in the last week, it is very time consuming. But that's why we're here. But and to go around the state is also very time consuming, but that's part of what we do. So we got to balance all that stuff. So Marcy, I understand what you're saying, but it's a very interesting process to get through. So thank you.
I think we have the luxury of Preston knowing the value of it and we'll make it happen if at all possible.
Well, I mean, your field staff are busy, and when I get out and about and give them a call and see if I can see something, I'm also interrupting their day. So if we can plan ahead, it seems like an option.
Yeah.
And maybe we don't need the whole.
Absolutely. And being our staff is well aware of the role of the Natural Resources Board, specifically as it relates to seeing stuff on the landscape. So for any of you who would like to go out, 1 or 2 people to see things around the state, let me know. Talk to Lori and we will have stuff available and ready because quite frankly, they love telling their story and they tell a wonderful story.
They do. All right, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Board matters, I'd like to go on the table. Bill Brooms, do you have anything?
I don't, as a board, I don't think any of us feel good about where we're at with the dead Pike Lake situation and that whole scenario. And my thinking is that we should direct the department to readdress that situation and we need to come to some kind of resolution, period.
Well, I don't know if the boards, this goes back to a lot of stuff that's happened the last 6 months at the board. The board can direct the department to do anything they don't want to do. I think though, Preston, we hope that you re-engage as secretary and find a resolution. This is a very resolvable issue, and I think it's important. This board is important to the people in Wisconsin. And we hope that you take the testimony today and get in the room and sit down and figure something out. You're a master at that. I hope that you can demonstrate that to us and fix this lake because it needs fixing. Sharon.
I just want to comment on how impressive it is with the staff and this board and the volunteers that are really making a dedication to the quality and sustainability of conservation. And I realize it's complicated and complex. And I'm grateful to, as I learn the pathway, to understand how important it is also that the southern part of our state is visible and uses the opportunities that are unfolding. So I'm grateful and I thank you.
You represent a population center down there, Sharon, the Southern App, which is high demand, high usage, and very important to keep our resources. It's easier in northern Wisconsin, let's be honest. There's not that many people, but down there, every square foot of land has got to be thought out. Puts Jim Lemke in a tough spot sometimes to figure out the best way to go forward, but you represent that part of the state. And I hope you continue to bring it to the board and be passionate about it. Thank you. Terry?
I have three things.
Oh, boy. We're listening.
One is, we've been receiving information about CWD, some of it very critical of the department and very critical of us, Natural Resources Board. And I think we need to continue to look at ways and means of addressing the issue. There's not a quick fix, but I would like the department to review again deer fencing. We have a split responsibility with the Department of Ag, but deer farm fencing is under our area of control. And I know it's contentious last time we brought this issue up, and I know that Todd did a memo on it, but I think we need to reinforce that this is what our position is, and also the departments, and if the legislature doesn't want to fund it, that's up to them. We had a bunch of people telling us about what the legislature was doing today. We don't have anything to do with that stuff. But we do have to do with the stuff we have to do with. And deer fencing is one of them. So I'd like the department.
Do you have a pointed referral then?
Todd's memo.
Todd's memo. You want a response, another response from it, or you want to talk about it? What do you want?
I would like the department to revisit it. And instead of saying we can't do it, how can we do it?
Okay.
Let's find a solution.
All right.
My second one is Dead Pike Lake, and I would ask the department, request the department to meet with those folks and try to move forward with a solution, please. Not direct the department, I would ask the department to look at trying to fix the problem. And the last one is, we don't want the same problem with Crex Meadows. We got a big piece of communication from them, and that's in Bill's backyard. And those kinds of problems don't go away. We got to figure out how we can address it. And unfortunately, those big problems take a lot of resources, but they're big problems, and that's how you get the solutions to them. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Terry. Greg?
So I really only have one, and it's after the public forum speeches. And I believe there's a true lack of understanding of wildlife management and the North American model among the people that testified today. And I've felt all along, I believe it's this agency's duty to promote that concept, because that's what got wolves back on the landscape. That's what got elk back. That's what made deer populations recover in all kinds of species. It was based on that North American model where we're managing animals, managing them scientifically. We have population goals and objectives, and we have to meet those population goals and objectives. That's what we do as a board, ensure that we're meeting those. But I don't think the general public even has a clue about that understanding of the North American model, where the funding has come from for the last 50 years on wildlife management, longer than that actually. And I'd like to have the debate so that we could have it at a board meeting and they could promote that concept of the North American model of wildlife management, and then it would go out to the public.
So is North American model of wildlife management, is that something the board is interested in receiving more information on? Is that's how we currently manage our species in Wisconsin?
Yeah.
And I think it's important that this board
Across the whole
understands that model. So,
Yeah, the previous, when we first came on the board, Christine Thomas would educate us on that regularly. And with her not being here, I think it's important for board members to understand it and be aware of it. And then also to communicate that to the public about what we're all about.
because some of the input is contrary to that model, is that correct?
Pardon?
Some of the open forum.
Almost all of it.
comments-
Almost all of it.
Okay, so I think that's important that we have some discussion on that. Okay, Mr. Secretary? Thank you. Marcy?
I thought Terry was going to take mine, but he went a different direction. So as I understand it, the CWD report and review will be at a future board meeting, and we look forward to thorough review.
Okay, Bill Smith?
I have one yesterday or a couple days ago, Lori shared by email, a copy of a letter that I received from a gentleman in the town of Presque Isle in Vilas County. Tom Olson's his name. He's a member of a citizens group that's trying to pass a town ordinance to protect the quality of local lakes and shorelands from the perceived impacts of unusually large boat wakes. Emphasis on unusually. He's frustrated by what he perceives as limited DNR authority and inadequate science to support local efforts to protect our lakes. I talked with Tom. If you'll note, the date on the letter is early September. And only a few days ago did he agree to share his letter with the board in a more public discussion. I've talked to him multiple times over the last 2 months. Many local citizens in the town of Presque Isle are concerned about the proliferation of larger, more powerful watercraft and associated recreational activities that intentionally generate boat wakes in excess of 4 feet and maybe higher. These unusually high wakes threaten sensitive shorelines and aquatic habitat, especially in our smaller and shallower lakes. They can be a safety risk to other recreational users, and they can cause damage to personal property such as docks and moored boats. There's lots of detail here, and there's a lot of activity going on in the town of Presque Isle right now. I'll cut to the quick. The main issue here is on very large wakes and the impact on some of the more sensitive waters. These are ones that are smaller. They don't have a large wind fetch. They don't have large natural waves, and the shorelines are not, have developed without that intensive high energy wave impact. So when man-made wakes come in, the concern is they're tearing up natural habitat, they're destructive of the shoreline, and again, a safety issue for other users. What I would like to do, and I also need to advise you, there's been a lot of activity at the local level from department staff and exchanges going back and forth. What I would ask of the staff is a report to the board to summarize the department's ability to evaluate wave impacts and assist local lake protection efforts. 2 questions. Oh, excuse me, I have 3 questions. Terry had 3 topics. I have 3 questions. Are the impacts of unusually large boat wakes a significant threat to the natural resource quality of our lakes and shorelines, to the safety of other recreational users, and to the protection of private property? Second question, what's the existing state authority and staff resources that's available to address local concerns and assist local efforts to protect public waters? Third question, what are future alternatives and needs as recommended by staff?
So could you repeat the first one?
Yeah, the first question is, are the impacts of unusually large boat wakes a significant threat to the natural resource quality of our lakes and shorelines?
Could you include in that because it's my understanding, and I'm not sure, but it's my understanding that to create these unusual waves, the exhausts of these larger wakeboard boats point down to create this. And I think not only the wave is also concerned that we're scrubbing the bottom of these lakes with weeds and habitats. So I think I don't want to miss that in that first referral, because not just the wave that hits the shoreline and whatever, it's also to create those waves. My understanding is, and we'll find out, that the exhausts of these boats point downwards 8, 10, 15 feet and scrub the bottom to lift that boat up. And I think
Absolutely right.
that's a
Glossed
concern.
Over that, wanting to generalize and.
Well, but if you put it with that first one, I think that would be great.
I think it's a very, very important addition to the request.
Okay.
So.
That's any questions for his referral? Secretary, you okay with that?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I don't need referral per se, I just want to make a statement here, but that we're coming up, and last year we had a lot of talk and a lot of buzz from our big game people about social media and the effect to get the hunters out, and we are entering the biggest game season in Wisconsin. In some respects, this is what many people say makes or breaks Wisconsin and as far as its funding goes. I assume the same media is happening this year as happened last year. Traditionally, it's very successful. And we will not be meeting until after the big game.
Thank Keith, and our comm shop.
Right. Keith, if you could step forward, just to kind of catch you off guard a little bit. But we haven't had any report, and I think it's important that the public understand that what's coming up is the biggest season of the year in some respects. And
depending on who you are, right?
If you give us that off the cuff, I should have called you ahead of time for this, but just something I want to talk about. Can you give the public a taste of what your outlook looks like?
Outlook for the hunting season?
Outlook and what you're doing, because I mean, this isn't like a normal start of a panfish season. This is big.
What we're doing from a media perspective.
Exactly.
Sure. I don't have all the details, but I know that Office Communications is working really hard at getting social out there. They've got a marketing firm of record or whatever it's called that we're working with, who's buying radio around the state, buying radio ads. We have just scheduled a briefing to review some of the creative. I think that's tomorrow before those radio ads get purchased. So they'll be doing a lot of really big push through social, through digital, through YouTube, and through radio in the next couple of weeks here to get people aware and get people out. And we've referenced a number of times Mr. Kazmierski's comment from last year that he heard those ads and appreciated them. So we really want to try to expand upon the number of ears that get that message.
Great, thank you, Keith.
Sure. And if board members have other ideas or if we're missing someone, let us know.
And I would just wish that everybody have
Is the secretary going to be on a deer blind this year or?
No.
Well,
I'll be in a duck blind.
Just asking.
I just hope everybody has a very safe and successful season. It's not all about the game itself, it's about the experience. So let's be safe and think long and hard about that out there. Okay, with that being said, I would request a motions for the Wisconsin Natural Resource Board to convene in closed session under the authority of 19851G Wisconsin statute to confer with legal counsel regarding litigation involving the fall 2021 wolf hunt, Great Lakes Wildlife Alliance versus DNR and Dunn County and Red Cliff Band of Lake Superior Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin against DNR Wisconsin. I need a motion for that.
So move.
Is there a second? Roll call, please, Lori.
William Bruins.
Yes.
Sharon Adams.
Yes.
Terry Hilgenberg.
Yes.
Greg Kazmierski.
Yes.
Marcy West.
Yes.
William Smith.
Yes.
Dr. Frederick Crane.
Yes, we will reconvene probably no earlier than 45 minutes, but as late as this board deems necessary. We'll take a break for lunch and convene in closed session. I direct orders from Bill Smith to get him on the road because the deer are getting thick up north. So we made it. Where is Bill?
Was just here. He adjourned the meeting while you were gone.
What's that?
He adjourned the meeting while you were gone.
Should we wait for Bill or should we move on? Board, what's your privy?
Give him 30
He
seconds.
he just walked in ahead of us.
Call this meeting back to order from closed session to open session. The board met with our counsel regarding the litigation. We were briefed on where things are at, and at this time, there was no action taken, and therefore there's nothing to report from closed session. With that being said, the motion for adjournment,
I move.
is there a second?
Second.
Discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion is adjourned. Have a safe Thanksgiving, everybody.
Travel safely, everybody.